Again, the mic was off. This is Clear Waters, and tonight, the most important thing in your life. A YouTuber is going to tell you what is the most important thing in your life. But let's find out what it is. Yes, the most important thing in your life. I wonder what it is. I'm gonna be sharing with you what I suspect is the most important thing in your life, in our lives. So let me check my audio. Yes, we are live streaming on horizontal and vertical streams. Just in case you want to watch me on your TV or your tablet or phone. So here in like 5-6 minutes, I'm gonna do a little presentation about why I suspect could be the most important thing in your life and in my life. It is possible that that thing that is extremely important and the most important is the same thing in your life as in my life and everybody else's life. What could be? Of course, you have to be my God. God is the most important thing in life. I got news for you. Now. So, let's wait 5 more minutes. Just see if more people join the live streams. That way people don't miss this little presentation. And then we get into having conversations about this topic. Oh man, cold water. Yes, sirree. So the most important thing in your life, what could it be? I know that probably most people are not going to agree. ChatGPT, hello. Welcome. The most important thing in our lives. Give me just one moment, please. I'm gonna mute the microphone for a moment. Please give me just one moment. All right, I'm back. All right, so JL for Jesus. Jesus is King. JL for Jesus is coming hot. Manik Shah. Hello, when do we start? Let's give it just a few more minutes. Allow more people to join. That way people are not asking me, hey, what are we talking about? I'm gonna do a little presentation about what is the most important thing in your and my life. I know that people are thinking, of course, Javier, this is an easy one. Of course it's God. I'm not gonna say anything until I start this very extremely short presentation. And then I'll be happy to hear your thoughts your point of view, your pushback about what I'm about to share with you. ChatGPT is asking for Diva. ChatGPT, I think probably Diva is gonna join here very soon. Hello, Dayton Baron. Welcome to the live stream. Tonight's subject, the most important thing in your life. I'm gonna be doing just a very short presentation here in a few minutes. Mr. JRK1, like, share, and sub. Clearwater is only for people who can handle the truth. Thank you, Jay, for being on the live stream. Tonight we're talking about the most important thing in your life. So let's give it 2 more minutes and I do this just very short presentation. 2 minutes. And then I'll be happy to answer questions or read your comments. Or if anybody wants to call in via Discord and have a conversation about what I think is the most important thing in your life. Imagine yourself, a YouTuber that doesn't know you is gonna tell you what's the most important thing in your life. That sounds ridiculous, but I'm gonna give it an attempt. And probably with my psychic powers, I'm gonna nail it. I'm gonna tell you exactly what is the most important thing in your life without knowing you. Man, that sounds like I could be very wrong. ChatGPT, right? I assume you are a student of Christianity. How can God establish divine justice for humanity and not establish justice for himself against those who crucify and harm him and who he abandoned? What in the world, ChatGPT, are you talking about? Oh boy, thank you for being on the live stream. I'm not a Christian. Yes, exactly. I'm not a believer. Jari Kumula, welcome to the live stream. Okay, 1 more minute and we do this little presentation. Very tiny, minute presentation. I don't think there's much to explain here, but I think that probably some people are gonna be like, what? Clearwaters is absolutely bananas. He went crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know me. How is it possible for him to know what is the most important thing in my life? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He is his own God. He's working for the devil. Everything is wrong with him. Or maybe I'm correct. Dayton Baron. Oh, Dayton is giving it a try about what is the most important thing in his life. For me, it is the peace and harmony with me and the soul, world, and universe. Interesting. Yeah. I think that sounds a bit accurate. All right, so let's go on with this. We're not gonna take longer waiting. Let's lower the volume. There you go. Oh boy, pay attention, ChatGPT. Stop antagonizing. No one is here yet, and he hasn't even given the presentation. Oh boy, ChatGPT is looking for Diva. It's like, where's Diva? Where's Diva? So anyways, let me pull up this again, this is going to be a short presentation. Let me show you something here. Let me remove this. I forgot to remove this. There you go. So let me see if it shows up clear on the vertical. Yes. Okay, so it looks good on both horizontal and vertical. All right, so what is the most important thing in your life and in my life and in a human life? It is my point of view. I'm going to read it. The most important thing in your life and in my life is the feeling that you are experiencing right now. Is that feeling that gives us meaning to your life in this moment. That's it. Period. The most important thing in your life is how you're feeling right now. There's nothing else. Nope. It's not your God. It's not your girlfriend. You have heard me saying this before. It's not your husband, wife, your job. And I know when I say that God is not the most important thing in your life, even when you are a believer, I know that's a hard one to swallow, to understand. Why do I say this? I think not understanding this is what's getting us in trouble right now in the world, ignoring what in my view seems to be, in case someone wants to use the truth, that is the only truth. Why is feeling so important? Because my understanding is that feeling is that energy that is bringing the invisible, your thoughts, to the visible, the world, the action. So that energy is what makes us humans. And that energy also, because I don't have a 100% grasp on this, I even think sometimes that the word feel probably is not the best word. But this feel system is working also as a guidance system for us humans. It's an inertial navigation system that we have. I'm going to explain to you what I mean by that. Think, for example, for a moment that Elon Musk wants to send humans to Mars. It's going to be a little bit difficult to send human beings to do a monumental job when there's a lot of limitations. Probably it will be a better idea to send some sentinels or some humanoids or some robots to do some exploring and discovering in Mars. But what exactly are they going to discover? How do we know if Elon Musk has never been to Mars? So you will program these guidance systems into these robots in order to get them to places where there is worth it or value to dig, to get information, to acquire information, because there's a possibility that in that value information that you are exploring, there could be something of discovery that is going to be valuable for what Elon Musk wants to do in Mars, which is move life to Mars. If you probably explain myself correctly. So I think for us human beings right now, we are programmed with this energy in order to keep us alive and keep us directed in certain direction in order to explore and discover here on Earth. That's why I say that for me, it seems that life is looking for something. Life is using us for a purpose. Life wants us to discover something. I don't know if because this is some game that we're supposed to achieve some level or something, or maybe life feels that it's in some kind of problem and is looking for another God, another life or something, and this life is using us for exploring and discovering. So You could have a very good family in your life. You can have a very good job. You can have a beautiful husband or wife or partner. You can have everything in your life. But if you feel bad about life, something's going to happen, something negative. People, sorry to touch this sensitive subject, but I think people have ended their lives because of how they feel about themselves, about their lives, about something that happened in their life, and they take the decision that life no more. So I don't think it's the God. I don't think it's the family. I don't think it's the job. I don't think it's the partner. What is the most important thing? That probably explains why sometimes you stop in life and you ask yourself, hey, what am I doing? All this running around, all this getting up early in the morning, go to work, run to work, do something that I don't like, and come back and just be tired. And you're like, man, what am I doing? You're running the risk that you're gonna feel nothing for everything that you're doing. And you're analyzing these moments and probably coming to many conclusions that this is not what you're supposed to be doing right now with your work, with your life. But all that you're experiencing is your feelings, reminding you, hey, I don't think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, but it comes from your feelings. In the case of believing in a particular God, it could be that someone has so much anxiety and fear about not knowing what's going to happen when we die, that the belief in a God that is going to be waiting for us, is going to love us, gives meaning to someone's life in this moment. They get that energy that they are wanting desperately in order to give meaning to their life, like it has purpose, it has direction. I have said before that you can find a source of feel good in a God. That doesn't mean that the source itself is going to be good for you. It's just a source, something that you found, like a rock, a precious rock. You can also get hit in the head with the rock and open your head. So, in my point of view, the most important thing in your life is your feeling right now. If you have a negative feeling and you continue to feel that negative feeling for a very long time, you're going to be in trouble. You got to find sources of feel good. You got to find something in your life around you to change that energy and to feel good again. Otherwise, it's not going to get good. It's not going to be better. You're going to continue to feel bad. And we got to find a source of feel good. Probably finding a God temporarily will do the job. Let's do it. But that is my presentation. I'll read one more time my message. The most important thing in your life is the feeling you're experiencing right now, the feeling that you're feeling right now. It is that feeling that gives you meaning to your life in this moment. The most important thing in your life is feel good or feel bad. Feel bad is also there because feel bad also makes you move as a human being. Movement is what we want. Direction is what we want. And you're only going to get that with this feeling energy. That is my little presentation. Now you can throw the kitchen sink to me and tell me why I'm wrong. Javier, everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. All right, let's jump into the chats. And if anybody wants to call in, I'll be happy to have a conversation in regards to this subject. If you want to take it to the gods, yes, it is my understanding and my point of view that if you believe in one of these gods, the God of the Bible, the Quran, Buddha, Oludomare, Odin, whichever God or entity, It's not the most important thing in your life. You can switch the God with another God, and it's also gonna do the same job. As long as you feel good, everything is gonna run beautifully. Dayton Baron, for me, okay, I read that message. Romans 1, trying to win souls for heaven. I'm feeling sleepy. That's so important. Not. I don't understand. Feelings can lie. Yes, I totally agree. Hello. Hey, Tony, hold on a second. Hey, Tony, how are you, man?
How's it going, man? I'm just pretty decent, man. I want to just say, man, I got off the phone a little bit early yesterday. No hard feelings. It was just a conversation, like your last episode yesterday. But yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing, man?
Great, great. That is Friday. I don't work on weekends, so for me, Fridays are like a good day.
That's pretty good. Yeah. If I'm looking correctly, you have a new slide up today.
Yes, the most important thing in your life
Mhm. Well, the most important. It says the most important thing in life is feel good.
is
That's
feel.
that's what you-
Is
that's what you're
feel.
seeing.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, is feel. But I noticed that ChatGPT put the word feel good. Feel is the energy. The good is the direction. It can either be good or it can be bad.
Um, he said that's the most important thing in a person's life is feel.
Yes. And using the
I
word
mean,
feel, I'm sorry, just to clarify something, I'm using the word feel because of a lack of a better word for something that I'm starting to understand. But probably later, in a few years, we're gonna call this energy something else. But it seems to me that is feel is the most closed definition.
okay, what about things like respect, loyalty, um, those type of things? Well, you don't think that holds as much weight as in the feel in the feel category?
Yes,
What about
all those things that you
what,
mentioned, they gonna
what
get
about
you to feel good.
what about obedience?
Yes, if you're obedient, for example, to God, being obedient to God is gonna make you feel good.
What if it's a hard thing to do for some people?
Yeah, some people like challenges. Participating in a challenge
Mm.
makes people feel good. Some people.
So you're basing feelings feel off of because you're gonna feel some type of way. You're human. You have feelings and emotions and different types of feelings. You're not a robot. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes. I agree.
So your statement is saying what pertaining to God.
Feeling this energy and having the God offering sources of feel good and
Feeling
feel
the energy.
bad.
So feeling the energy of feel. What do you say? What is it? What are you pertaining to God? How are you bringing God into this equation?
Because God's
Through your
present
slide. Through
is
your
up on
slide, through your presentation. Go
is
ahead.
it's on the screen right now. You're talking about the words. Yeah, it's on the screen right now. So what I'm saying is that you feel something towards an object, a person, an animal, you're gonna move toward that person because you have found a source of feel good. It could be a cat, a dog, some object, some person, or some god. So if a god offers you that when you die, you're not gonna die, really die, he's gonna save you, that's a source of feel good. You're gonna move naturally because you're a human being and you're after feel good as a source of
Mhm.
energy, you're gonna move towards the God.
Well, man, you're taking this. See, I think you're minimizing what being called a savior in salvation is. It's more, it's deeper than just a feeling. You know what I mean? You're not understanding spending in eternity, whether you're going to spend eternity. You know what I mean? It's more than just a feeling. Don't you think?
We can take it with something lower, like a girlfriend, a wife, a boyfriend, a husband, family, a work. It's the same thing, but we can take it to something that is not a God. It applies the same way. We can talk
So
about
you're
a
saying,
girlfriend.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, in the case of a girlfriend, you meet this woman and you immediately, your mind starts to make associations. Probably you like her blue eyes, and you start processing this information, this data about this woman. You like the way she talks, she looks at your eyes, you start feeling things. So
Yeah, we
you
have.
physic I'm sorry, just to finish, the person physically starts moving towards the woman, because in your mind this process starts taking place. You're taking data, you're feeling the data, and you're taking action on the data towards the girl. But that doesn't mean that the girl is going to be good to you. You just have found a source of feel good.
Okay, my whole thing is God is a savior for your life. It's deeper than just feel good. You get what I'm saying? And God is not gonna do you wrong. He's not. I'm not gonna compare him to a female that's gonna hurt you. You know what I mean? That's it's not.
You know, Tony, the thing
You've
is,
been
the main
you're basing everything. You're basing a lot of things off of just feeling. And the thing that I'm getting to is that when you believe in God, whether you feel good, whether you feel bad, it doesn't matter. You should keep your faith. You should keep your obedience. You should keep, you know what I mean? Those type of traits. You're basing stuff off of, oh, I believe in God because it makes me feel good, like he's some type of genie or just some type of, you know what I mean? Like things that, oh, he's gonna get me to get a better house or a better car or a better girlfriend. He could do those things. You could get your blessings like that, but it's deeper than just what you're putting it as, and you minimalize it a lot. That's all I'm getting at. You're just basing like people do need a savior, and people do want to feel good. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying that they don't. And that's why we have God, because we do need somebody to rely on. But for the non-believers and for the people who have too much pride, who could think they could, oh, I'm good enough by myself and I'm gonna make myself feel good, and I could after death I could beat death all by myself, and I'm not gonna spend eternity here, eternity there. I don't need a savior. You got a lot of pride. You got a lot. You obviously haven't been. Well, I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but God will put you through things to build your strength. And I always say this all the time, but a lot of people, they haven't experienced that, or they just have too much pride. You know what I mean? So that's just my outlook on it. I could only speak off my experiences through things, but it's deeper than it's a deeper relationship with God than just I want to feel good. I want to feel good.
Yeah, and you know, a person doesn't go through this process like you're saying it, like consciously, like I want to feel good, I want to feel good. You do it automatically. It's programmed on the human being.
Well, like I said yesterday, you told me you weren't even a sinner. You told me you're not even a sinner. So I
Mm,
don't certain things you're not. I asked you, are you a sinner? Have you sinned before? You told me no. You're not a sinner.
no, and I'll continue responding no.
You're not a sinner.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I know
Uh,
that's hard to comprehend, but I don't associate emotionally with the
yeah.
data
I
about a
mean,
God.
if that's what you want to, everybody has their free will to think that, whatever they want to think about. They have their own opinion about life, and about different theories and about different subjects on things. But yeah,
Just to give it something to you, I could be wrong, Tony. I could be wrong about what I'm saying, what I'm talking about, but I
Well,
think it's
at least
worth it to have conversations about this and at least test it to see if there's something with this information that I'm sharing with you. If there's nothing there, how about we put it to the test? How about we talk about it,
so,
take it apart, and then come to the conclusion that this is not accurate?
you know, I can respect your hunger for answers and wanting to figure things out. You know what I mean? And I know that one thing for sure, that you always bring up the God of the Bible. You always bring up the God of the Bible. You don't bring up Buddha. You don't bring up Chulum. You don't bring up uh, all the other so-called gods
I
that
do.
people.
I do. Every time I say the God of the Bible, most of the time I
Yeah, do
say
your
the God of
main focus
Quran.
your main focus is it for the God of the Bible. But the thing is, the craziest part is, you know you know what's going on, and you know what you did. You blasphemed the Holy Spirit before, but I'm not going to take it there. But you were once a believer, so you know what it represents, and you know how it is, and what lines you could cross, and they're hard to come back from. But I'm not. Who am I to judge you? You're a good guy. We always have respectable conversations on here. I don't have no hard feelings for you, for what you have done. You know what I mean? So, but I'm just here to speak my piece, and hopefully bring somebody that's listening in the chat who thinks that, L caller, that no, the caller is actually a good guy who's been through a lot, and he's still standing on faith. And I don't have to disrespect or not like anybody, but it's much love and respect to all. You know what I mean? I'm just here
You
to
know,
be a light and try to be a light on the situation.
I when you talk, Tony, I listen to you. I listen attentively. I don't make fun of whatever you're saying, even when I disagree. You know why? Mainly because when you talk about the God that you believe is real, you make it with you talk about it with excitement. It seems to me that you feel very good about believing in God. You feel passionately. I don't have that in my life. In that sense, I could be I could envy you because you have something that makes you feel good, something that gives you meaning in your life. I don't have that. I don't have a God that is loving me. I don't have that meaning in my life coming from a God. So I
Well,
try, even though when I'm talking about these topics and everything, I don't make fun, like make fun of you for your belief. I don't do that. I do have a live stream that I try to make it fun. And when someone
yeah,
tries to insult me, yes, sometimes I make a little fun and instead of getting upset. But what I'm saying with that, Tony, is that I appreciate that you come to the live stream. And even though we disagree with everything, you're very respectful and you have
yeah,
something that has meaning in your life.
yeah. I'll be checking in to see what new slides you do, because it seems like you're laser focused in on this type of subject. It seems like you spend time with making a new slide every day. So I stopped by just to see what new conversations or new outlooks or different types of looks you have upon this subject. But yeah, it's all love and respect, man. I'll holler back at you later.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it for your call, man.
All right, right on.
All right. Alrighty, alrighty. That was Tony Montana on the call. Appreciate it. Let's there you go. So interesting conversation. I think Tony is not in agreement with what I'm saying, but like I mentioned to him, I could be wrong about these things. If you don't mind, I would like people to test it, push back on what I'm saying, try to see where the wrong is in my thinking, and probably you will be kind enough to help me to understand. Javier, you're being naive. That's not how it works. This is how it works. You explain it to me, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm wrong. But until that happens, I think that probably what I'm describing, what I'm noticing about us human beings, probably is correct. And let me go through some of these messages because I saw people putting my name on the messages. Romans 1 writes, "You obviously don't know the difference between emotions and as God suggests, being still and know He is God." So can you explain it to me? Romans 1, "Feelings lie and not controlling emotion is dangerous. You're so delusional with the silly narrative." Romans 1, I think you are a smart person. You could explain it to me in a way that I could understand it. Because just telling me that I'm delusional and silly, I think you're saying it more for yourself than for me, or you're saying it more to make yourself feel good about something that bothers you. That doesn't bring any value to whatever conversation we're having here about feeling good and being the most important thing in your life. The heavy metal tin man. The earth is flat with a dome over that can't penetrate. All right. Dayton Baron. Life in Mars sounds extremely cool. Man, I don't know. Dayton sounds a little bit scary for me. I'm ignorant about what's going on in Mars and how we're going to do this. But let's send 2 humanoids that can reproduce themselves and have these guidance systems in them after they reproduce, and they can bring other humanoids with the same program in order for them to be able to grab information, analyze it, and see if there's value in that information in order for them to explore and discover and bring that information or send it back to Earth. Sounds very familiar. Dayton Baron, kinda Star Wars like. Could be. Romans 1, you should probably get back to God and stop trying to be wise in your own mind. Romans 1, I know. Stop asking questions. Stop trying to be smart. Stop trying to explore, discover. Stop trying to learn new things and get back in the book. Is this what you're doing right now? Do you want me to get stuck in life that like probably you are right now? Wendy Kirkland, Clearwaters, I hope your day was better than mine. Just saying. Wendy, my day was great. I hope yours was too. 8-1, Brahmins, you believe in a sky wizard with no evidence. Calm down. Okay. 8-1, as at Romans, you believe in a sky wizard with no evidence. Calm down. Wow. NATO Sanim. I'll call you NATO if you don't mind. I believe humans were evolution's answers to excitation event, meteors, and comets. Could be. Wendy Kirkland, Clearwaters, I had a great day. Just saying. Awesome. Strong foundation construction. Jesus helps me. Jesus does special favors for me. Jesus is my servant. Whoa. 8-1. Nah, you were right, Javier. Tony gotta crash out again when you say sin doesn't exist. I know Tony has a hard time with that one, but man, I don't like lying. Diva don't play. Javier, in reality, if there's no God and we weren't created for a true purpose and there's no life after death, this life right now would actually be totally meaningless. Follow this logic to its end. If we didn't feel, Diva, life would be meaningless. We feel, and that feel is what is giving meaning to our every moment of our day. And that meaning attaches to the idea of the loving God. It's not God putting that energy in there. At least it doesn't seem like that. The energy of feel points you to a God. I see that ChatGPT and oh boy are going at it at the horizontal stream. Chuck McNorris just joined. Hey Chuck, you notice that I changed the handle name? Thank you for that information. That's the only one I could find that was very simple. Anything else was like dash KANWZ. Thank you for that information, Chuck McNorris. Nova Strike Rain, El Collar. 8+1. Diva, that is a wacko claim. You don't need God to make purpose in life, especially the Stockholm Syndrome using Christian God. Diva, don't play. You're not actually understanding my comment, which is a surprise to me. 8+1. Diva, not really hard to misunderstand you saying without an afterlife or life is meaningless, passive aggressive kid. Diva writes, we can create meaning or purpose for our lives, but ultimately is actually totally meaningless in reality. It seems that way, Diva, that is meaningless unless we find sources of feel good in order to continue getting this energy and give meaning to our life. Diva, don't play, right? If what I said earlier is true. Oh man, these messages. To go down. Diva don't play says that again, you don't understand my point. They'll see if Jesus' father was a spirit. No, I think you're preaching. I don't like preaching. I don't like reading preaching. 8+1 at Diva, I guess, again, it's not hard to understand your point, which is out of reality. Wendy Kirkland, Clearwaters, don't people who don't believe in the Bible have the same problem? Everyone gets old, we all have problems, except some people are rich because they don't have time for life. Well, Wendy, I don't understand your message very well, but I think everybody has a problem. Same problems, believer or not believer. This just happens that if you have more money, you have better problems, I guess. Hey, Dominic. Welcome to the live stream. Tekken Fan, welcome to the live stream. Diva don't play. If we are just accidents and we all die, I noticed that you used the word accident. Okay. That sounds to me that it is trying to put the idea that you're sharing opposite to a smart God. If we're just accidents and we all die, that's it. It's all over. Eventually, everyone who has lived will end up in the fertilizer pit. Then eventually our planet will die. That's meaningless. I agree with you, Diva. Yep, totally. So, because we cannot accept that, having a meaningless life and a meaningless death, the God of the Bible is real. You see? I feel better now. Now it has meaning. I have no God. I just have the book and I have the idea in my head. It feels good. I accept it. God has meaning. Life has meaning. It's given by God. And when we die, we go to heaven. It's just data. It's just information that it feels good to you. It gives you meaning. I agree. But for other people, it doesn't make it emotionally. Hey, old boy, how is it going with ChatGPT down there? Are you making any progress with ChatGPT? I think he just wants to debate with someone. He needs to debate. They probably just tell him that, yeah, you agree with his God. I think he's gonna get him mad because then he's not gonna be able to debate with you. Eight must one, Diva, to you it is because you feel like you need an afterlife for there to be meaning. Oh, 8 must one, just rephrase what I just said. Diva, right? Did I do better at clarifying my comment? Yes, Diva, you're very clear at your comment. It seems to me that you are appealing to emotion, or you are finding meaning because it's of your emotional interest. Hersai 98. Hello. How do you blaspheme the Holy Spirit if you're still breathing? I don't know. But probably the Holy Spirit doesn't want to get even close to me. Diva, don't play the logical end if atheism is true. Diva, I don't agree with you on that one. I think that asking questions, not knowing answers, trying to investigate, trying to understand is not really atheism. It's just wanting to understand and not just lying to oneself because of emotional benefits. Oh boy, he's being a meanie. Yeah, that's why I say, oh boy, that I don't like debating, especially like this type of debates. It's just someone wanting to debate because of, I don't know, something emotional. ChatGPT is looking for Diva. It's like, where's Diva? Where's Diva? Eight must one, Diva, you said the same thing, which logic wouldn't go by since you negate the fact that meaning doesn't take an afterlife from an illogical being. Wow. That's interesting, Amos 1. Hersey 98, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is denial of Jesus Christ to the grave. Not really, Hersey. It's just not wanting to participate in the salvation game, not wanting to participate in this God story. Hersey 98 writes, you have no meaning for life then. That is your opinion. I do have meaning. I do have a lot of meaning without a God. TXDAP 786. Hello and welcome to the live stream. Diva, don't play. I guess I'm just more logical. I think it's the opposite, Diva. I think you're probably with what you just wrote up there. You're more emotional, not logical. You're appealing to emotion. It seems to me that way. Amos 1 or Hersey. Jesus died and had no evidence ever resurrected that couldn't be used to say Spider-Man is real. But Amos 1, you're forgetting about the 500 witnesses. Amos 1 at Diva, totally. Especially believing in a being that is illogical by its own book. Man, Amos 1, being accurate with these comments. Hersey 98, almost in denying something he is afraid to put their faith in. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, Hersey 98. Almost is denying something he's afraid to put their faith in. I don't like putting my faith or my belief or my understanding in something that I don't understand and then say that I understand it just because I want to reap the emotional benefits. I don't like doing that. King David 7 Mew. 7 Mew, hello. Family is the most important thing to me right now. Something tells me that you feel very good with your family. And I'm glad. Hersey 98, Clearwaters, are you breathing? Who gave you that breath? I don't know. And I think that you don't know. But you're saying to yourself that you know because that makes you feel good. Because that knowing that you think you know comes from the most powerful being in the universe. And that makes you feel good. But you really don't know. You're just guessing. You're betting. I'm not willing to do that just to get a prize of feeling good for lying to myself. I don't like doing that. Amos 1, Hersey, I don't put my beliefs into something that has no evidence. Man, thank you, Amos 1. You put it in very simple words. Brian JL, what do you smoke? I don't know, you're asking that to someone on the live stream or someone on the chat. If you're asking me, I don't smoke. Anything, nothing. Hersey 98, there is lots of evidence for his existence. You have life, right? Hersey, are you sure you wanna play that game? You want me to pull Shulum? That's just a game, Hersey. Up to now, it's just a game that you're playing. You wanna play that game? Just let me know. I'll pull Shulum. The Mexican monkey, Jesus loves you. Oh. The Mexican monkey coming in, marketing the God. Amos 1 is pointing to Hersey. That claim has no evidence. Hersey 98. Oh, so you're not speaking right now? So I'll ignore you. You coming to a conclusion, Hersey, because the conclusion makes you feel good, but you cannot demonstrate this to anybody else. It's just you, a book, and your feelings. No God. Mr. Tekken Fan, the danger of pure emotion. While feelings drive us to act, they are incredible poor arbiters of objective truth. Correct. Yes, I agree. A person can feel with absolute burning certainty that a religious belief is true. Correct, Taken Fan. But someone of a completely contradictory faith can feel that exact same certainty. Agree. Perfectly explained, Taken Fan. Thank you. Yes. Finding sources of feel good doesn't mean that that source is going to be good for you. AJ Cotroneo. I'll block all religious content. No more false prophets collecting profits. Let the great falling away begin. Peace, peace, peace. AJ, I'm curious, why are you writing that? If you don't mind expanding a little bit more. See Morph. There's no Holy Spirit. Ooh, okay. Tekken Fan. If taken too literally, making your immediate feeling the absolute most important thing can lead to dangerous impulsivity or hedonism. Feelings are fleeting, often irrational, and can be driven by, Tekken Fan. Oh, let me continue reading your comment. Hunger, lack of sleep, or temporary anger. If you always let the emotion of the exact present moment rule your life, you sabotage long-term goals that require pushing through uncomfortable feelings. Tekken Fan, in my point of view, there is a problem, because it's the feeling that is what makes you move in life. It's just a tool, it's an inertial guidance system that is designed or programmed to make you move. But that it moves you in a certain direction doesn't mean that when you're gonna end up from point A to point B, doesn't mean that point B is gonna be good for you. Just use it as something that is giving you energy to move. Be careful where you're going to move to. Like ending up moving to a God, especially a violent one. Oh, and Tekken fan continue like this: discipline, sacrifice, or temporary boredom. Okay. Chuck McNorris, the Clearwaters, the 500 boasters. I like how you say this, the 500 boasters. Low Becker, 8784. I haven't had much food since I bought that Pokemon. Okay. Hersey 98. I love the fact you guys talk a lot about something you don't believe in. Why don't you move on with life? Hersey, because there's going to be people that prefer honesty, prefer transparency, prefer to admit that we don't know things, that prefer to admit that we would like to understand things that we don't know how they work, and we would like to know and to understand how they operate. There's going to be people in life, Hersey, that are not willing just to sit down on a book and just get stuck in life and say, yeah, it's God. I don't know how it works, it's God. I don't know how this came to be, it's God. It seems to me that you're very happy with just sitting down and getting your face in the book, and that's it. Someone else is going to tell you who God is. There's some of us that want to discover who God is. Who God is. Hersey also writes, why talk about God if you don't believe in Him? We're talking about human beings, Hersey. Human beings that believe in certain things, and how this energy that we feel makes us sometimes make mistakes. Amos 1. Hersey, because of people like you that think a sky wizard exists and try to have laws passed, we have to live by going off your crazy beliefs. Amos 1. Yes. At the beginning, it was just let me believe what I want to believe in my God in my room. You know, then they take it out to the living room, then take it outside the house, then take it to the building, then take it to government, then take it to schools. No, we don't want this anymore. Like Amos 1 says, your crazy beliefs. Diva don't play. Hersey, I've stated this all the time. You know, Diva don't play. It's possible that two people are doing the exact same thing. Yes. ChatGPT, Discord link event. What do you mean by that, GPT? Yeah, you're welcome to call the link on Discord if you want. Hersey 98, Amos, why worry about what others believes in? Oh, Hersey, I know you're asking that to Amos, but if you don't mind, I would like to say that it should worry everybody, in my point of view. Diva Don't Play is saying to Amos, so what, you try to pass laws by voting in what you also believe, right? So why are we wrong and you're right? Wow, Diva Don't Play, you're taking this way too far into black and white. Amos 1, Hersey, as you do the same thing is some irony. Wendy writes, Clearwaters, was your day better than mine? Just saying. Okay, Diva, Wendy. My day was good. I know, Wendy, your day was also good. You're here. Amos 1, Diva, when you're passing down based off your Iron Age goat herder book, you get to deal with the pushback from it. Yes. Diva writes, but us Christians don't talk about atheists or atheism for hours every day. Amos 1, Diva, you're here all the time, japping. Diva, Amos, so what? Move to China. Hersey 98, Clearwaters, it isn't no game. Wait until you die and you find out the place you're headed is not gonna be very comforting, because God loves you and He has a special place for people like you where you're gonna suffer for eternity. You don't sound like you have the Holy Spirit in you, wishing something bad for another human being. You sound more like a demon right now. Amos 1, a diva. Nah, I live in a nation that deist created and said was not a Christian nation. Amos 1, if you don't believe what Diva believes, then Diva says to move to China. Amos 1, Diva, glad to see you are in your feel like in your feelings like usual. Hersey 98, if you don't believe in God, just move on with life. Nobody's pushing our belief on you. Hersey, no, I'm gonna continue moving in life in the direction of encouraging people to be more honest, more transparent, and have more decency with other people and themselves. And probably that doesn't align with believing in God. It seems to me that the God of the Bible does not like people being honest. That's why I say that whoever believes in a God cannot believe in a God and also be an honest human being. That is just my opinion. And it seems that way. Like in your case, you're wishing for me something bad happening to me. You know, I don't think you sound like a very good person, but I think you're a good person that just for some reason were persuaded to believe in a violent God, and now you're acting in weird ways and talking weird ways. But I think this is a matter of time when people are gonna come to the conclusion that they have been participating in a cult, in a scam, and this whole thing about God is just probably most likely made up, the God of the Bible. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to stop people like us asking questions. Hersey. I think that one of the things that is getting us in trouble as human beings is the dishonesty. And believing in a God is never gonna put you in an honest position. Ever. You have to sell your soul to the devil/God. Sorry for yelling and that microphone spike. Sorry. Hello, hello. Yeah, that's better. ChatGPT, you move to the vertical. ChatGPT, yes. Your archie enemy is here. Your counterpart is here, Diva. Wendy Kirkland, Clearwaters. Shame on you for telling everyone they should not have feelings. Psych. You can tell anybody what you want, love you your best. Just saying. Shame on me for telling everybody they should not have feelings. What? Wendy Caroline, when did I say that? When did I say that? Wendy, no. Feelings is an energy that we feel is programming us, it's designed on us. Why would I tell everybody not to feel? ChatGPT, I see them mocking you, Diva. So I have no need here. Ooh, ChatGPT. Why would you say that to Diva, man? Come on. Omni hybrid breaker. Jesus is God. Jesus is not God. There's no God. There's a God. There's a God named Chulum. Jesus is my neighbor. Very complicated. Hersey 98. Clearwaters, you are a joke. I didn't wish anything on you. You're the one who disbelieves. You told me up there that something was gonna happen to me when I go to the other side. Was something prepared for me, huh? God is gonna take care of me, like a little accident. Hersey, I was just stating a fact. No, allow me to correct you very respectfully, Hersey. You are stating your belief. I don't believe what you believe. I find that your beliefs can be hurtful for humanity. I'm glad I don't believe what you believe because I think you are involved in this polarity that someone else is implementing on you and you felt in it like face first. You think that the God is gonna destroy you if you don't love him and accept him. So you don't want to get hurt, so you're gonna pretend that there's a God and that you love the God. But you're not gonna fool everybody. You can fool yourself and you can fool some other people, but you cannot fool everybody. So at least myself, I can tell what you're doing. You're protecting your feelings. When the rights Clearwaters are saying we should live life like we're dying, go full throttle, party to the end, and that's it. The end, life is over. Wendy, I don't know where you're getting this information. I don't think I have said anything about live your life to the fullest and be happy and party on. Are you sure you're listening to me or someone else? Hersey 98. My God, you fool. Hersey, I don't know how old are you, but at my age, I have come to understand wherever you're seeing other people is what you're seeing, or I'm sorry, what you're not able to see or do not want to see on yourself. You see it on other people, especially other people that for some reason bother you emotionally. So probably you sometimes feel like a fool and you are exteriorizing that feelings towards someone else. Because asking questions, trying to be an honest human being, is not being a fool. I understand that what I say doesn't align with your beliefs in this loving God, but there's people that are going to be honest with themselves. If you don't want to be honest, that's your prerogative. Keep believing in the loving God. It's your freedom to choose what to believe. But please, I ask you respectfully, if you ever find evidence for a God, please don't be selfish. Share it with me, please. I would like to know. Sid Bentley. Trump is the Jesus of our times. Whoa, that's a strong opinion. Wendy Clearwaters, I love how you listen to everyone. I try, Wendy. Thank you for noticing that. Chat GPT, chat. If the mind completely controls emotions, why can't a person decide instantly to love someone they hate or to stop being sad as soon as they want to? I don't know, ChatGPT. I don't know if the mind completely controls emotions. I don't know. I haven't said that. So Amos 1 at her say, the Christian God is a bloodthirsty gangster that even sacrificed his own son, even though he's supposedly all powerful. Man, I think that's brutal honesty, transparency. ChatGPT, human intelligence is not composed solely of reason or emotions. Rather, decisions often result from the interaction of both. Even modern neuroscientists recognize emotion as an essential part of the decision-making process. ChatGPT, seems to me that you're going around what I'm explaining, but not precisely. Milan H4C, Jesus died for us. Okay, good for you. I don't believe what you believe. Amos 1, Jesus died for a weekend, so he really didn't sacrifice anything. It was all for the show, you know, like he died, and he came up now. Some people say that you cannot kill a god. Hersey 98, dude, you reject evidence. That's your downfall. Hersey, I ask people when they say that they have evidence, I ask them, hey, if you don't mind, I would like to know what is your best evidence. You know, if you don't mind, you can share with me. But people tell me there's plenty of evidence. I ask for one and they don't give me anything. So I think this is an emotional game that a believer plays for emotional reasons. Diva, don't play. My man is spamming. Milan came strong. He wants to get it in your face that Jesus died for us. He doesn't know that, but that's what he believes. Amos 1, Hersey, you have yet to provide evidence, just claims. Very clear. Diva, don't play. Islam is a false religion. Chat with me. Oh, Divan is fishing for ChatGPT. Embry, welcome to the live stream. Hello guys, me again. Omni Hybrid, God is real, man. Some people say that God is not real, man. Wendy, you go to the other podcast or whatever they call this we're doing. They block you for asking simple questions. Just saying. Yeah, I know what you mean, Wendy. Even myself, I got another month back into another live stream. I asked a question and pow! Hung up on me. Whoa. The messages are going fast. Hold on. I heard many people give evidence. If a God, Amos. I don't know. It was Hershey saying that heard many people giving evidence, but not to me. Divine Nature Online, Panama. What's up, my friend? Divine Nature Online. Hello. Yes. Welcome to the live stream. Happy to have you here. Milan, Jesus died for us. Milan, do you have thoughts of your own? Amari Ray, I didn't tell him to die for me. Oops. Divine Nature Online, your denial is the first evidence. What do you mean by that, Divine? Milan, oh, I'm not gonna read your messages anymore. I'm not gonna waste my time. Diva, don't play. Help my unbelief. What do you mean by that, Diva? Her say, Jesus died for us. That's what you believe. I don't believe what you believe. Seven Mu. The existence of atheists prove God and free will exist. Not really, Seven Mu. But it's understandable why a believer would say that. Amos 1, Jesus died for breaking the law, and no evidence is around that he resurrected. Amos 1 at King David, MU, 7 Mu. That's a funny claim since free will doesn't exist. Tekken fan at Divine, just because one doesn't believe doesn't mean it's evidence. TX Dap on the horizontal, the mystery of the faith is Christ in you, the hope of glory. I have no idea what you mean by that, TX Dab. Sounds cool, but I don't see anything of value in that sentence. Omni Hybrid. My heart is broken by the cruelty, but God is real. Sometimes I question certain things, but I don't know if that would be answered because God is not limited. Whoa, Omni Hybrid. I don't know what to say about your comment. Re, I have my own rational evidence for the existence of God, but I would prefer to write a book. Chatting might be too superficial and inaccurate, but for now we can disprove the Abrahamic religions. Interesting, Emery. Hersey 98, why don't you let people up there to prove you wrong, Clearwater? You scared? What do you mean by that, Hersey? Let people up where? There's a link at the bottom of the screen. Anybody can call in and have a respectful conversation about why would someone think that what I'm saying is wrong, or they want to provide evidence for a God. Whatever you want to share is just a conversation. I don't treat people bad. I'm not mean to people. You know, I don't know what you mean exactly by that. I have an open Discord right now. You can call right now. It's at the bottom of the screen. Just type those that address and you're gonna get right to me. Omni Hybrid. What I mean is God is not limited, so why all laws? Well, I understand some, but I don't understand why they torture. I take it that you're not a full believer. Sounds like it. Divine Nature Online. It's evidence because the Bible is describing the denier. Wow, that sounds a little bit like a wild claim, Divine Nature. I think it's gonna be hard to convince someone that there's a God just by that statement. Divine Nature, the fool has said there's no God. Yeah, you're taking that from the book, the same book that says that the God is real. Diva, don't play. Why is Jesus Christ still alive? I don't know that Jesus Christ is still alive. I don't think he's alive. I don't get it. Amos 1. Divine, the Bible isn't the only holy book that makes that claim. Get evidence that your God exists first. Divine Nature Online. What other books describes this? Diva, don't play. Then he bodily rose from the grave 3 days later. Jesus is God. I'll take it that that is what you believe, Diva, don't play, because you were not there, so you have to rely on secondhand, dirty secondhand accounts or rumors from other people. That is the reason why you can only say that you believe, because you cannot say that you know. Hersey 98 said hi. Hi. Divine Nature Online. Romans 1 says we all know God exists. I say we don't know if a God exists. Diva, don't play. Yes or no? No. Sir Saim Jab. Jesus never said, I'm God, worship me. A Diva. King David 7 Mu. Even if Jesus didn't exist, and he does, his teachings are still the most true than any other soul-claimed spiritual person. There are none like him. That is proof of his divinity. That is proof for you, not for everybody. That is the reason why most people don't believe and don't think that that is proof for anybody's divinity. But it seems to me that someone will take it as his divinity because there are emotional reasons, that emotional benefits that someone can reap from believing this information. Diva Don't Play is inviting sign up to join the live, and then he can answer. Emery, believing that Jesus is God is the second most stupid thing I have ever seen. Man, I think that some viewers, they have not too much patience with some believers, and they just put it out there very raw and very honestly. Divine Nature Online. He said enough to claim his deity. Not really, Divine. That's what you believe. I don't believe. I have access to the same book, and I don't believe. Tekken Fan. Does this include the difference between hedonia, fleeting pleasure thrills, and eudaimonia, deep long-term human flourishing and meaning? Taking drugs or watching a sports game might make you. Interesting. Divine Nature Online. I do know. No, I think you're guessing, you're betting, you're believing, but you don't know. You don't know because you cannot demonstrate to anybody. You cannot show anybody. You cannot point to a God. So saying that you know could be considered by some people that you're just making stuff up or just lying. Tekken Fan. Feel good for an hour, but it doesn't build a life of substance. Divine, my faith, you can be secure. I don't believe you. Jesus, Divine Nature Online writes, Jesus said you can know. We have no way of knowing right now. It's not that I'm trying to be a pain in the ass divine nature, but I'm not willing to fool myself just to get some good feeling from my God. No, I'm not willing to do that, man. Emre at King David 7 Mu. That's a very silly logic because many of their teachings are harmful. So why would you need a book to get the truth? Divine nature. Besides looking in the mirror, or you're looking at a God in the mirror? Is that what you mean? Omni hybrid. I know he is God from my experience. The moment I believed he was not God, then I felt like I was losing consciousness afterwards. Then I had to say he is God, and that's when I knew he was God. Wow, that sounds a little bit weird. Sunny side. Is this Friday night's story time? Seems to be. Borchels. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, Borchels. Divine Nature Online. Oh, yes, Panama. I know you believe. I don't believe what you believe. Borchels. Some viewers have no shield. They hit straight in center. Sunnyside. Adults claiming their favorite god is real. Emre at Omni, your discomfort stems from not breaking down your dogmas. Sunnyside is feeling good. Divine Nature Online, evidence. How do you know you're not a fool right now? I could be a fool right now. I could very well be a fool right now, but I will have to compare with something. And if I can compare it with a believer that believes in an invisible God, I don't feel much like a fool. And besides that, my analysis, my understanding, my studying, my researching points more to not being a fool for asking questions and not knowing certain things and being honest about it. 7 Mu, the fact that we have a conscience is proof of a higher moral compass. Good is always good and bad is always bad, and it did not come from human nature or thought. And again, 7 Mu, this is what you believe. Sunny side, feeling good makes my God real. basically, basically, that's how it works. Yes. Divine Online, do you believe in objective truth, Panama? I don't use the word believe probably the same way you. And also the word truth. What truth are we talking about? Your truth is not my truth, and your truth and my truth is not the same as the neighbor's truth. Even though a believer says that there's only one truth, which is the God. I don't believe that. Borchels, I know that you don't know that I know that you're just guessing. Yes, exactly. Tech and Fan, the whole what happens when someone's versions of feeling good comes at the direct expense of someone else? If a person feels great ignoring their family to pursue entertainment or drugs, the graphics logic says that they are doing the most important thing. It completely strips away concepts of duty, responsibility, honor, and ethics. Second fan, someone would give priority to feeling good over anything else, responsibility, honor, and ethics, and concepts of duty or whatever. Someone is in a situation where they're feeling extremely bad. They're going to ignore everything in their lives and desperately go to feeling good, whatever is offering that. That could be wrong to the eyes of someone else, but not to the person suffering at the moment. 7 Mu, biblical truth are facts. There's an answer for every single problem in life. This is what you believe, 7 Mu. No, most people don't even close agree with you. Divine nature, who's your favorite God? The man in the mirror? I don't have a favorite God, but if I do have to choose for a God, my favorite God would be Chulum. He couldn't care less about us, man. It's like, man, I created you, just go live life and just come back, man. And let me know if you have fun or not. But not the God of the Bible. I'm not into violence. Sunny side, I feel like making my own God since AI don't need to prove it. Yep, you can do it. Divine nature, it is true objectively that you need to compare with someone else's to prove you're not a fool. I noticed you put the word need. No, I don't need to do that. It's helpful to grab as much information as you can to take better decisions. It's not a need. Sunny side is I'm going to create a God and write a book about it to prove it genius. I think that will be a great business also. You're gonna make good money just by selling the book. King David 7 Mu, I must be striking a chord with all the responses I'm getting. If you folks weren't searching for God, you wouldn't be interested or contesting me. I don't think that is the case, 7 Mu. In my humble opinion, I think people are getting tired of the beliefs in gods and people believing in gods and trying to push their beliefs on other people, that people are starting to push back on believers. Because some people are calling it crazy ideas and they don't want to participate in these crazy ideas and beliefs anymore. Divine nature, yes or no? Objective truth, stop evading the question, Panama. Again, which truth are you referring to? Can you clarify that part? And then I could give you a more honest and concrete answer. If you just want me to answer whatever, just to answer your question, just let me know, I can do it. Divine nature, you're violently denying God right now. I'm denying the character in the book named God as being the one that created everything because I have no evidence or no understanding or whatever you want to call it, that the character named God in a book created the universe. 7 Mu, I believe that the Bible is God's word and letter to us and how to live life, and that's what Jesus Christ did for me, has set me free from all fear and death and questions about what life is about. And I bet you, 7 Mu, that this makes you feel good. Something tells me that this makes you feel good, and make you feel good is what you like. Borchels, Javier, 214. I don't believe the way you believe, and your truth is not my truth, apart from my neighbor's truth. I don't believe the way you believe, and your truth is not my truth, apart from neighbor's truth. Man. I like that. I don't believe the way you believe, and your truth is not my truth, apart from neighbor's truth. Sounds like something I said. Did I? Tekken fan, it would be funny to make AI somehow believe in God you made up. That'll be interesting. Sunnyside is asking King, so you use the religion as a coping mechanism to not fear death? Ooh, that's a very good question. At King David, many people ask why we're here. What is the purpose of life? And I no longer have that question. Do you know why we were created? 7 Mu, it seems to me that you accepted someone else's explanation for this and you're no longer interested in discovering, asking questions, or exploring. Get in the book and just stay there, my friend. Seven Mu, coping mechanisms don't have a solid end. God's word is complete. Amos 1, Kim David, while you talk about the coping mechanisms you use, I think it's obvious. It's noticeable, yes. Sunnyside, at King, you said reading the Bible makes you not afraid of dying. That sounds like something emotional, Sunnyside, huh? Sounds like it. Emery, King David, is simply a shortcut for saying my book is right, the evidence is in my book, and my comfort zone in life. In other words, the book makes me feel good. Hersey 98. Then don't participate in our religion. It's a choice each and every one of us have to make on our own. But remember, in the end, you will be judged by the choice you made. No, Hersey, allow me to correct you. You will be judged, not me. You're the one participating in this salvation scheme. I don't know what persuaded you to believe this crazy story, but you are going to be judged, not me. And just to clarify, I don't participate in your religion. No, thank you. Amos 1, Hersey, nah, I'll be dead and the God that doesn't exist won't be doing anything. 7 Mu, whoa, all of the people responding, I'm flattered and it's very faith building. Thank you guys very so much. Amos 1, Kick David, glad to see you believe in things without evidence, just makes you look even more silly. TX DAP 786. I like to read people's messages, but not preaching, man. It's a waste of energy in my point of view. I like to hear your thoughts better than reading someone else's thoughts going through you. Divine Nature, Panama, do you know you're all alive right now? It seems to me, Divine Nature, that I'm alive right now, yes. Kimberly Grace, who is this Jesus guy everyone talks about? Kimberly, the only Jesus I know is a neighbor. Sunnyside at King, I get muted in the Christians' lives and they get all mad and start insulting. King David 7 Mu, you don't have to believe in what I'm saying. I'm not going to try to force anything. I respect your opinion. Thank you, 7U. I also respect your beliefs and your opinions. Amos 1, Kick David, already have too many contradictions and no evidence to prove it, not to take it as a fairy tale from Iron Age goat herders. Borchels, Javier, if God created us, then who created God? And if there is a creator of God, who created the creator of God, and so on? You know, Borchels, according to a believer, the creation thing applies to everything else but the God. How convenient. Kimberly Grace, who is this Jesus guy? I don't know. My neighbor, one of my neighbors, his name is Jesus. King David 7 Mu, I love these chats because it challenges Christians to see if they true believers. Okay. Hersey 98, not choosing is a choice. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I agree in some way, yes. If you guys hear like an interference on something or some noise, please let me know. Hold on. Okay, that's better. I was hearing a noise. Divine nature, but you're not sure you're alive right now, or you're sure. It seems to me that I am alive. Yes. Yes. Because some people say that we're dreaming right now, and then we die, we're really awake. I don't know, but to me it seems that I'm alive. Yes. Kimberly Grace. Oh, I met a guy named Jesus at a gas station. Okay. Let us know more about that. 7 Mu, to all my Christian friends, remember to always speak with love and kindness and to be honorable to all. Thank you, 7 Mu, for that reminder, because some people need to hear that. Some believers. You know, you can add to that not to be calling people fools or idiots or liars. Divine nature, you're either alive or not. Which is it, Panama? Alive. I choose alive. I'm alive. Kimberly Grace, why do Bible thumpers use the word God to hate others? Okay, interesting question. Omni hybrid. I don't know much about God. That's the thing. I'm pretty confused, you know, like the cruelty and stuff. Ooh, you're noticing the cruelty and the violence. Ooh. You can do maybe like some other believers, just ignore the violence and the cruelty. Kimberly Grace, he sold me a pack of smokes. Okay. Omni hybrid, God is the creator of the universe. You know, Omni hybrid, I think that that's like a cliche saying that God is the creator of the universe. when nobody has any evidence of that. Diva, don't play. Are you guys trying to connect to this Discord? Let me know. Emre, no, God himself is the universe with an infinite initial constant and zero energy. Wow, Emre. Hersey 98, Jesus called people fools. So because Jesus called people fools, it makes it correct to insult people. Yeah, that's one another reason I don't believe in this God's and Jesus stuff. Divine nature. But can you be wrong about being alive right now? Yes, I could be wrong. Kimberly Grace, God flooded the world, killing millions of men, women, and children, but he loves us. Something tells me, Kimberly, that you're not a believer. That you analyze things, that you're not willing to give up your honesty because of a good feeling. Emre, I would like my idea to be associated with my name in the future. Borshells, Javier, is faith a reliable way to determine truth? I don't think so. No. Not at all. And that word truth, someone that believes in a God likes to throw that word around a lot. Truth, 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 truth. Divine nature. If you can be wrong, then you don't know you're alive then. Divine nature, we can stop this game. You can get to your point. Or get on a call. Come on, I'm not gonna bite you too hard. I like Austin Powers. I think you're trying to get me to say something that is gonna put me in a situation when I'm gonna have to say, no, you're right, God is real. Come on. You need me in order to demonstrate that God is real. You need me to say something. 7mu, love you all. I'm taking my family for a walk. Thank you so very much for the wonderful conversation. Thank you, 7mu, for stopping by. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your beliefs. Emery, Clearwaters, I also briefly sent the proof of God in my previous message. Emery, if you don't mind, put it one more time in one sentence or two sentences at the most, so I can read it again. And try to, Emery, to put, this is my proof of God. And I'll read it again. (8+1) A divine hard solipsism does just the same to your religion. Borshells, Javier, why does God seem hidden rather than clearly observable? I think probably the God is more able to control someone emotionally by being hidden, because if he shows up, then he's going to have to demonstrate, and that's going to create conflicts, and people are not going to believe because they're going to be able to see very clearly that the God is violent, and he's like, maybe, you know what, I'm going to stay out of people's view. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But it could be because he doesn't exist. You know, it's not that he's hiding. He's hiding in the book as a character. Divine nature, you don't see a problem with your logic in doubting your own existence. You know, Divine, you're tempting me to bring up Shulum. the only creator of the universe and the creator of you and me. Amos 1, Embry, you only put a claim you couldn't prove is true so far. If you think so, God get the Nobel with your study on it. Borchels, Javier, why do people from different cultures believe in different gods? That's an interesting one. I think someone came up with this idea of creating a god. Some other group of people saw a benefit or an advantage to create gods, so they decided to create their own versions of gods or different gods and tried to create these polarities in peoples, because they know by creating these emotional polarities, they can get control of people and they can direct or get people to do things that they would normally not do. But when you present this deity or this god that is all powerful, people turn to get influenced emotionally and you get them to do things in your favor. Borchels, Javier, if there is no afterlife, does life lose meaning? In my opinion, no. It doesn't lose meaning. You can give meaning to your life without a God. I think Amos 1 at Borchels, no, we make meaning to our lives. I think what you say, Amos 1, that yeah, we can create meaning in our lives without a God, it seems to me. Sunnyside, I think humans are ready to accept their God may not be real, like they will have no purpose to life. Divine nature, you already did prove God exists, because logic proposes the existence of God, and in denying your own existence, you have proven your absurd worldwide. All right, please give divine nature an applause. He just, with my assistance, proved that God is real. All right, all right. You prove God is real. That's how excited I am that you prove God. Divine nature, that's just a game. But if you want to play that game and you want to use me for your game, I'll play it, my friend. I'll play it. Yes, I'm denying the truth. Amos 1, divine nature. That's a crazy claim. At least I'm not the only one thinking the same thing. Emery Clearwaters, please read what I wrote. We have experiences. And those experiences exist, whether they are real or fake. And the system that provides these experiences is God. Yeah, Emery, I totally don't agree with you. I think in my explanation, in my presentation at the beginning, I share that this energy, this feel, guide us to believe in a God. Kimberly Grace, God is made up to make money. Kimberly Grace, man, selling God and salvation is a great business. Look at all those God influencers right now. They're making money. Sunnyside, notice how everyone claims their God is the true God. Divine nature, Panama, you need God to be able to say, I know things. As you see, you deny your own existence and objective truth. Divine nature, all right, you prove that God is real. All right, you win. You win the game. I have to go down. I have to go down. Um, Amos 1, divine. How does logic follow to a God you have no evidence for again? Good question. Sunny side, then they start calling you names when you ask for evidence, like a child throwing a tantrum. Emery, even if you're skeptical, you can't not deny the experience. There is an experience, even if it is fake, and this experience has to work within a system. And how you connect the God with the experience. Divine nature, logic proposes God, truth proposes God. Thank you, divine nature, for sharing what you believe. I don't believe what you believe. Divine nature, you don't get it, Panama. Even if I don't get it because I'm stupid, I'm dumb. Do you have any evidence for God? Proving that I'm dumb, prove that God exists. Can you tell me, please? Divine nature, respectfully, I think that you like to play games with the God. You want to get in a debate, you can get a debate with ChatGPT. He's a Muslim. Try to prove God to him. Which one is the right God? Which one is the real God? Ask him if he is alive. If he doesn't know, you got him, man. You got him. You tell them, you see, the God of the Bible is real. Emery, Clearwaters, are you rejecting the experience? I'm not rejecting the experience. I'm asking you a question. How do you connect the God with the experience? It's a very simple question. Borshells, Javier, why is divine truth not obvious in everyday experience? I think somehow, Borshells, it is required the concentration and the imagination of the person that is going to experience the divine truth. You gotta make that imagination put to work in order to get the divine truth. I'm sorry, Borishells. Sometimes I try to answer these tough questions that you ask, man. Really good questions. We have someone in the Discord. Diva, you there?
Yes, sir. What's up? What's up, everybody?
Diva, hold on. Let me bring you up on the volume. Hold on. How are you, my friend?
Hey, I noticed you had 16 people in that thing. That's pretty high.
Man,
16.
I broke all the records of all times.
Yeah, I haven't seen 16. So I'm calling on here because I'm trying to ask a question to Chat GPT, and he's not answering it. I don't know if you can see it. I just have one question. He can't even answer my one question. Maybe
Okay.
he could just answer it. So can you, if I give you a Muslim scripture, could you read it? If I give you a scripture, could you read it for us? Or
Sure, if you can
so
read
he
it too,
knows.
if you want.
Yeah, I figured because you're a impartial. So
Okay,
if,
just
if
give it to me and I'll read it.
yep, just type in SAHIH Sahih SAHIH
Mm-hmm.
AL Bukhari BUKHARI
Got it.
5134.
5134.
Yeah, can you read that? And so Chat GPT cannot say that it doesn't say that, so we can all read what it says?
Um, I'm getting it from a page. It says it's very short.
Yeah,
The marrying of a daughter by her father to a ruler.
it should say Aisha. It should say, or it should say the prophet married Aisha at a certain age. It should say that. That's what it should
That the
say.
prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham
Yep.
said, I have been informed that Aisha remained with the prophet for 9 years till his death.
Now I can give you a separate Sahih, another hadith that says the same thing. You don't have to read it, but it says the same thing. It's Sahih Muslim 1422c. It says the exact same thing. That Muhammad married a 6-year-old child and did consummated it when she was 9. So ChatGPT, my question for you is, seeing how we both agree in your book and my book that Jesus is alive today, he never died, not died, but his bones, his body is not here. He's alive in heaven. We both agree. The Quran agrees with that, agrees with my book. And Muhammad is dead. His bones are in Medina. Why would you trust your eternal soul on a dead child molester? A dead child molester over Jesus, who is alive, even according to your book. He's alive today. That's the question I want to know. Why would you trust your eternal soul on a dead child molesting pedophile? And that's the question I have for ChatGPT, if you can answer it.
ChatGPT, just wait, guys, to answer him. So apparently ChatGPT is gonna respond. I suspect that ChatGPT speaks English. Something tells me that he speaks English. Because he responds too fast. Apparently he's typing. ChatGPT says we Muslims follow the word of God and his messenger. But what you have brought is not a hadith, but a narration from people, and the narration contradicts the Quran. Wasn't that taken from the Quran, Diba?
No, so they have the Quran, and then they have things called hadiths. And so hadiths are graded on like most trustworthy, most reliable, right? And so al-Bukhari is the Sahih. Sahih means it's guaranteed, it's good, it's the best. Sahih Bukhari is the highest grade of their hadiths. So that's like saying that if something says something in my Bible, I would say, nah, well, that Bible, it's not really reliable, right? You see what I'm saying? I have to go with what the Bible says. I got to defend it. And so also in his Quran, in Surah 65:4, supposedly this is God speaking, right? Right. This the Quran is God speaking, and the hadiths are kind of the followers of Muhammad speaking, right? In the Quran itself, in Surah 65:4, the fake God of Islam allows and condones pedophilia. It says it right in their verse. If you want to bring it up, we can read it. It's Surah 65:4. This is it's titled divorce, and this is giving rules for how to divorce. And there's a thing called iddah, which is a waiting period. So if you marry someone and you don't consummate the marriage, there's no iddah, there's no waiting period because you haven't done anything. But if you have married and you have consummated and done something, then there is a iddah, which is a 3-month waiting period to see if she's pregnant. Make sense? There's only a iddah if there's been consummation. And so this is talking about the 3 types of women that there's a waiting period, which means they have consummated the wedding, the marriage. If you read it, the first one is for women that are too old that have stopped menstruating. The next one is the problem. It's the ones that for girls who have not yet menstruated. So this book is saying that a man, an older man, can marry a girl who has not yet menstruated, consummate the marriage, then divorce her. That's exactly what his Quran is saying. And so obviously his prophet would do the same thing. Yeah.
So I think that by ChatGPT response, okay, he's saying something, Diva. Your problem is that if I ask you what the concept of hadith is, you wouldn't be able to answer me.
What's that?
ChatGPT responded, Diva, your problem is that if I ask you what the concept of hadith is, you wouldn't be able to answer me.
Well, the hadith, from what I understand, is just more stuff about how to live your faith, more stuff about the prophet, more like biography about the prophet. That's what it is. But what he won't admit to is Sahih Bukhari is the highest grade hadith. If a Muslim rejects Sahih Bukhari, then that's like me rejecting the Gospels. That makes no sense. So if you notice the other day, he said, oh, she was 12. Aisha was 12. Doesn't say that anywhere in any of his books. So again, that doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you something, Diva. What you think is, in the case of ChatGPT, what his motivation was behind his belief that he believed in this stuff? What do you think is motivating him?
Well, what it is the reason why Islam is so popular is because a lot of them, first of all, the Quran is in Arabic. And so a lot of Muslims, they're born into it. So they're allowed to have multiple wives and multiple children. That's allowed in the Quran. It's not allowed, of course, in the Bible at all, but it's allowed to have up to 4 wives. And so when you're having a lot of kids, when you're making a lot of children, and you have countries that are ran. See, even this country is not a Christian country. If this country was ran by Christians, abortion would be illegal. Homosexual marriage would be illegal. So it's not ran by Christians, but all the Muslim countries are ran by Muslims. And so they can't even leave Islam. That's all they know. And it's been, and that's their problem. So they're locked into it. They're not even, they just believe because that's what everyone else believes.
Do you think do you think there are emotional reasons behind their beliefs?
Well, I think if your whole family and your whole friends and everything you know, if you're living in a country, I think it could be hard to break free from that. But if you actually look logically and look at the evidence, Muhammad is probably the most easiest false prophet ever, of any false prophet ever. The most easiest to find as a false prophet. And people are still, stuck.
In the case of, for example, you mentioned his family. Let's say, for example, that his family is Muslim. What would happen if he stops believing in whatever the Quran says? What do you think is going to happen to him emotionally?
Well, not emotionally, but I'm not saying every Muslim, but certain countries or certain families, they'll try to kill people to leave if they leave Islam. It's very a threatening, like if people leave Christianity, I would be like, man, I feel for you, man. I wish you would, change your mind because I think you're making the wrong decision, but I'm not going to kill someone because they leave Christianity. That doesn't make sense. I want them to live. I don't want them to die. I want them to be saved. But a lot of countries, I'm sure you can read, that they'll kill they'll kill people that leave. That it's called being a apostate or something like that.
So
So it's a
yes.
very violent religion. It's really, yeah.
So I would understand that if it crosses his mind to stop believing whatever the Quran is saying, there could be an emotional uh, rejection about doing that because he knows he's gonna feel bad. I think dying feels bad. Getting killed
Of
because you're
course.
no longer believed. So I think
Yeah.
there is emotional motivation for believing.
As someone who, like I said, I know you disagree, but as someone who knows I have the truth, I feel for Muslims, I feel for atheists, I feel for everybody who is not in line with what true reality is. And so when I can show someone, like if he was up here, I could go through many reasons why he's a false prophet. But in the end, a person like yourself, right? As much evidence as we try to show you, we can't have God actually, show up physically. That's like the only evidence you probably like, be like, oh, okay. So with all the evidence we give you, it's not really enough to make you believe, because like, even if it's real, you're not going to believe, that's a choice, And so no matter what I can say to somebody, they still have to make a choice to follow the truth and to be objective. So like I
I,
said, my question is, according to his books, his prophet is dead and he molested a child. Not to mention he sold slaves. That's also in their hadith.
oh,
He
Diva.
sold people as slaves. That's in their
Di-
book.
Diva, this might be your lucky day. ChatGPT is asking for the Discord link. I just provided him with the Discord link.
He said it wasn't working. I don't know what he's doing wrong, but he said it
Yeah,
wasn't
he
working.
just asked for it right now. I just copy it. I just paste it. ChatGPT, if you're not able to connect or you get an error or something, let me know. You have to write it exactly like it's showing on the screen right now.
Let me ask you, Javier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have no skin in the game. If that's historically true, right? Based on their books, right? Like if they like he was saying, oh, Mary was 12 and Joseph was 90 or something, right? But that's not in my book. That's nowhere in my book, right? That's something that someone else made up. I'm going to his book and it's saying what it says. You see what I'm saying? I'm not
Mm-hmm.
making it up. This is what their book says. I'm giving you the scripture. And so, yeah. And so if I would tell you, if you had a choice, would you rather trust a dead guy who did these evil things? Now, from what you've heard of Jesus, did he ever abuse any children? Did he ever hurt anybody? Did he ever physically slaughter or sell people as slaves? Did he ever do that? No, there's no record of that anywhere.
Yeah,
And
in
so,
order, I'm sorry, in order for me to answer honestly, I really I can't because for me this is like you play football or soccer. You are in the field, you are participating, you're acting, you have your strategies, you have your information about the rules, the strategies and everything. I'm not. I'm outside. I'm interested in the money. I'm eating popcorn while watching you guys beat each other and get hurt, and just collecting the benefit of the money. I'm
well,
not in the participating part.
I hear you.
I think that you are trying to understand. Oh, hold on. Is this
Hey,
ChatGPT?
no,
Of
Tony,
course not.
hey.
yeah. How you doing? Yeah, you got a few people in the chat that's wanting to join the Discord, and they're saying that the link is invalid.
I mean,
I don't. You know why is that? Because I noticed that when people copy the link and they add a space, like an empty
right.
space, it will not work. Because the same thing happened to another person on another live stream, and he said when he wrote each word and each number, then it worked.
No, the
Because
same thing.
you
That's why
guys
I
are
told him
here.
write it
So you,
down. I told him to write it down perfectly and then put it in after. Like if you're just doing it from memory, it's not going to work. So write it down exactly the way it is, the dot, the slash, exactly the way it is, the capital letter, whatever, and then put it in, and it worked.
Yes,
So I get it.
yes, ChatGPT, if you're trying to connect, man, try to copy paste and make sure that there are no empty spaces, or just try
Yes,
to write the link, each word and each letter, everything the way it is.
yes, a
I,
few people that's trying to join, so you might have about a good number of people in a good conversation. I'm
mm,
gonna get right back to you guys.
Thank you, Tony, for letting us know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think specifically it's ChatGPT. I
Well,
just
that's not.
provided the invite link and he's
No,
not able to
no, it's
connect.
not you. It's not you. It's not you. You have to actually put it in exactly perfect, because I did the same thing and it didn't work. And then I saw, okay, I messed up, and then it worked. So,
Yeah, he's saying that hey, ChatGPT, how about you put your user for Discord and I send you an invite directly.
yeah, see how it works. I like that.
ChatGPT, yeah, if you can provide your user for Discord, I can send you an invitation directly. Hersey 98, the link, use the link. Make sure that there are no empty spaces. Or
He
if you
said,
can provide your username, I can send you an invitation. Go ahead, Diva.
yeah, no, I mean, like, so, I mean, you don't really have any firm belief in God at all. I get it. But, for the evidence, Muhammad is dead. He's dead. That's an evidence that we all agree. Like, even a Muslim can agree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Buddha is dead. Dalai Lama is dead. Charles Darwin is dead. Okay. All these people. Joseph Smith is dead. The
Jesus.
guy who. So all these people are dead. Who they're preaching. Oh, they know the way to life. Like they know. Follow them. Why would I follow a dead person when I would follow the living one who actually defeated death historically and who's alive today? So if I want to follow life, okay, I want to follow the one who's alive. I don't want to follow a dead man.
Oh,
Make
hold on.
sense? I don't know if it's all, but that's just it makes sense to me.
What about Jesus? Jesus alive or is Jesus dead?
Of course, even in Islam, Jesus is still alive in heaven. His body is not down here. Yeah, they
Okay,
even believe that.
hold on, Diva. ChatGPT just shared his user.
Okay,
Let me
good.
send him an invitation. Man, this is gonna happen, man. Hey, old boy. He just joined.
Hey,
Okay, invite to server.
Old boy
Okay.
joined up because he was having his own long, lengthy conversation with ChatGPT too.
I figured I'd join just in case, but
Oh, this is about
no,
to
Um.
go
I'm
to
curious what he has to say.
This is about to go to 2 in the morning.
Hey,
I can't do that. I can't do that.
invite to server. How I'm trying to invite ChatGPT. I thought it was pressing invite to server and then type his user. It's not coming up.
I wouldn't come up either if I had to answer questions about Muhammad in the book. I wouldn't come up either.
No. I think wait a second.
Old boy, do you know anything about Islam?
Great job.
Yeah, I actually used to practice Islam. I grew up around a lot of Muslims.
Can a Muslim reject Sahih Bukhari as not being the highest grade next to the Quran? Can they reject Sahih Bukhari?
I'll be honest with you, like for the time I practiced, like I was raised Christian. So like for the time I did practice it, I'm not like that savvy on Islam like that. You know what I mean? I just learned from what my friends told me and kind of went from there. You know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
I don't know. I can't. So to answer your question, I don't know.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just shared the ChatGPT's user on the chat in Discord. Are you able to send an invitation to him? Because I cannot send him an invitation. He's not showing up on as a user.
You want to do that, old boy, or what?
I'll try. I don't know how, but
I thought
You
it
see?
was just like pressing invite to server. I don't know. Probably. Okay, hold on. Invite to voice. Oh, let me try this.
Yeah.
No, it's still not showing up. To me, his username is not showing up. Hey,
And look,
ChatGPT, are you sure that's your user? Falcon here 72. Let me try it again. Make sure I'm not copying any empty spaces. And invite to voice. Try this one, ChatGPT. I just sent him an invitation right now. Falcon here. See if she's showing up. Nope. I don't know, ChatGPT. Can I copy link my account in Discord?
Allah's failing right now. Allah's fake.
That's weird that he cannot connect.
You say weird. I say kind of
Divine
obvious.
intervention.
No, I think
Or he doesn't want to show what you're saying.
yeah. Once you say Aisha, what can they say? I mean, what are you going to say? This is what they say. Here, I'll give the answer. Back then, 1400 years ago, it was okay. It was all right. It's fine. It's
I don't
it
know.
was okay.
I feel like that's a straw man. I don't know what he's gonna say, but I feel I don't know. I feel like that's kind of the
But then I was
obvious
thinking, give me
easy
somebody in the
thing.
Bible who married a 6-year-old. Show me, and that was before. You thought it was got to be more lawlessness before Muhammad, right? Like the caveman time, right? You know what I'm saying? There was no police back then, nobody in the Bible or in his, married as a grown man, married a 6-year-old and consummated, because I used a good language, at 9. And he had 13 wives. And he stole, this is all their writing. I'm not making this up. He stole his adopted son's wife from him. I mean, this is the person you're going to trust your eternal soul on when he died himself? Doesn't make sense to me, And yet the Muslim will believe that Jesus was born of a virgin. They believe that he was sinless. They believe that, obviously they don't believe he died on the cross and resurrected, but they believe he's still alive, that he didn't die at all. Yet you're trusting in this person, it just, like I said, it's sad. The devil deceives all these people, and then he's doing a good job at it, and that's what it is. People can have as much truth as possible, but they, in the end, they choose what to believe, and that's what it is. So
I'm asking ChatGPT if he had any luck because I don't see him. He stopped writing.
that's fine.
Hey, Hersey 98. I thought you were connecting to the Discord. Did you have any problems, Hersey 98?
Notice though, he agreed, because I gave him this was like a couple days ago. I gave him the two. He goes, oh, what hadith says that she was 6 and 9, and I gave him those two hadiths that are sahih. Those are the highest grade If they don't accept that, then like I said, that's like me not accepting the
Oh,
gospel.
that's what you were asking me is
Yeah.
like how they're regarded. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Okay. But I'm saying
Uh,
Yeah.
Hersey
I'm curious
98.
what he would say.
Hersey 98, use the link at the bottom of the screen. You can see it. It says Discord and it says .gg/gx5. Use that link.
And then listen to this, okay? Then I was telling him the other day that in their Quran, this is how backward their Quran is. The Quran says something and then says the opposite. I can read in Surah 61:14 that Allah is actually saying that Christianity is the truth.
Diva, Amos 1 is saying, Javier, tell Diva ChatGPT is Sunni, which means he follows the hadiths. I don't know what that
Sunni.
means.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Sunni. It's like a sect, one of the sects of Islam.
So Sunni follows the hadiths, but the other one, or they don't. They don't.
My
I know a
friends
few.
are Sunni, but
I know a few who are. I know a
Shiite
few.
is.
Yeah, I know a few people who are only Quran only, but it's very few. Very few. Very few Muslims. But like I said, I can go to the Quran. The Quran confirms the previous scriptures. It says it's true. And then if you actually read Surah 61:14, Allah is basically saying that Christianity is the truth. That's what he's saying. I couldn't believe it. But they changed the words around. They say, oh no, that doesn't mean that. That's called the Muslim shuffle for a reason. But I was like, I couldn't believe it. When you read it, you tell me what it says. That's what I want to know.
Send a friend request first.
Oh boy, you got any? I really wanted to talk to you the other day because you had some questions and you were answering from Henry, and then me and Henry got into it. I was trying to talk to you actually because you had some good questions. I wanted.
Oh, I can't remember. Wait, what was I? What did I ask?
It was something about like did God know Adam would sin, or why did he put the tree there?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like at the end of the day, in my mind, it's just like God is responsible for all things. He's if he exists, you know what I'm saying? It's like he made everything, like he made the fabric of reality. Like anything you can conceive or fathom is because God allows it.
So let me finish.
So it's just like, how is he not responsible for anything? Like that's crazy.
Well, no. Everything, but he's not responsible for the free will decisions that we make. So
but even free will is something that he invented. Like that concept, like the fact that you can fathom the concept of agency or like, well, why? What?
What's the reason? Why would he create us with a free will? Remember, God knows everything.
Because it's fun. That's what it seems like. It seems like he just likes to, like, he's bored or something.
No, listen, please. Sometimes
I mean, I'm listening, but I'm answering that, like, that thing you just said.
I get what you're saying. I get. So let me try to explain it and see what you think.
Hey, guys, hold on a second. Hold on. ChatGPT, I just find out how to send you an invitation, and I just did send you an invitation directly. Go ahead, guys.
So what I'm saying is, God knew that Adam would sin. God knows everything that is happening, right? He's allowed it. So the key is, why did he give us free will? Now, I'm going to use an example to show you why free will is vitally important, okay? If let's say you're dating, and the main reason is love, true love, not fake love, real love, okay? You can't, without free will, we can't have love. We can't love, we can't be one.
Hey, ChatGPT, you there?
Sure. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you're dating this young woman for about 4 months, right? You really like her. She's gorgeous. You're starting to fall in love with her. And the last couple months, she's told you she loves you. you're excited, right? You know what I'm talking about. You're excited.
Yeah, yeah. You're
After
in
four
love. Yeah.
months, after 4 months, your father tells you, I've been paying her $1,000 a week to love you. Now, now,
Okay.
be honest, because we're never going to get to truth. Whether it's atheism, God, we're never going to get to truth unless we're honest. Would that bum you out? Would that not be cool? Or would you be like, okay, sure, that's fine. She says she loves me. You're paying her. Yeah, okay. If you were true love, which one would be?
Oh, Diva, sorry to
So
interrupt
yeah,
you, my friend. ChatGPT is on the
Will just
Discord.
just leave.
okay.
My language
What's
is
it?
bad, so I'm going to make it quick because I can't speak English well. Okay.
All right,
First thing,
ChatGPT.
even,
Sorry,
even,
ChatGPT. Your English is very good, my friend. Just try to
Good
speak a
enough.
little bit slow, and then we're gonna be able to understand you. Okay?
okay. Diva, what the hadith mean? What is the
Well,
meaning of hadith?
hadiths are it's all the stuff that you need to know about Muhammad, about how to
No,
pray or how to live
no,
to do
no.
your religion. No?
So here I am Muslim, so I can speak on my language, on my religion. Uh, if you Christian, you need to speak from your book. I speak from my book. Hadith is meaning what the prophet say. Okay, that novel you get, you Aisha in 6 or 9 years. Uh, it is not hadith. It is novel. It didn't come from prophet. We have in Quran.
Right.
Uh, we have in Quran verse say we Muslims take from what Allah say and what the Prophet say. Okay, so
So you
now
reject you
I
reject
challenge
hadith?
you, I
You reject
challenge
hadith.
you to get the Prophet say he married a girl, have 6 or 9 years. Can
So
you
you
get that?
reject okay, so you reject hadith. Sahih Bukhari, you reject that.
Is it? It is not hadith. Okay, what is the meaning of Sahih Bukhari?
Sahih is the highest grade, it's authentic. That means authentic. Bukhari,
Hadith. But yeah,
so you
listen
so
to me.
you
Listen to
so
me.
no
Listen to me.
hadith. So
Listen
no
to me.
hadiths are good, right?
I
No hadiths are
I
good.
I tell you I get the hadith from what is the prophet say. If
So the
that
hadiths
hadith,
come from the words of the prophet,
okay,
what Muhammad said.
yes. Diva now is the novel that you came to take of Aisha 6 or 9 years. It came from the prophet or not?
Listen, so Sahih Bukhari,
Oh,
you reject that, right? Sahih Muslim, you reject that as being true, right? Is that just say yes or no?
I'm not
Sorry.
reject. I'm not reject because Sahih Bukhari say novel and hadith together. يعني says the prophet what he say and the our friend of the prophet what the prophet how the prophet live, how the prophet eat. It is just novels, and it contain the truth and the false. So that we didn't the Muslim take it because we take what the Prophet say. Okay, we have the Quran and we have what the Prophet say. It is Hadith. You get novel. What is the novel meaning? History, story, like that. Why I'm the Muslim? I'm going to take it, and our Quran say we cannot marry girl. The Quran says we can marry from 16, 15 to 13, 14, whatever you want.
Okay,
You
well
now get
then go,
wait.
yeah,
You
go
now
ahead.
get the novel. I challenge you to get me. The Prophet say He is married 6 or 9 years girl. I'm sorry if I'm bad in in English, but
No, no, it's
I
It's
if you're
good. It's
okay.
rejecting
good.
if you're rejecting Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, then there's what else am I
Hey,
you want me to
hey,
bring
don't,
something
hey,
less than that?
please.
So forget
Don't
it.
run. I'm just
Yeah.
asking you one question. What one question? I ask you to get me what the Prophet say he is married 6 or 9 years. don't get me the novels from one and this, prophet didn't say it. Okay,
Okay,
to
let's
make
go.
the people to make the people think the prophet married girl in 6 or 9 years.
Okay, well,
You
let
lying.
me just go. Okay, let me just go to your Quran then. Am I lying that that Sahih Bukhari
Okay,
and Sahih Muslim
get me
says that? Am I lying about
get
that?
me get me from Quran. I'm with
I
you.
will, but am I lying that the
Uh,
hadiths say that? Am I lying about that?
You do, you don't
I,
know what is the hadith mean to get novel from Sahih Bukhari.
he
If
read
you
them.
know the hadith, what is meaning, then come to me. Hey, ChatGPT, I have a novel or hadith. They say that I take
Okay, so let's
what is I
so
take your word or what is you talking about, and I take it. Is that the prophet said? If the prophet said that, okay, I'm with you.
okay. Let's go to Surah 65 4. Okay, I'm gonna read it.
Can you write Surah
Yeah,
6:5?
65 4.
What is the name of the surah?
Divorce or whatever. It's about divorce. It's Surah 65, verse 4. I'll read it
Wait,
when you're ready.
okay, wait with me. Okay, can you read?
Okay, so before do you know what an ida is? Do you know a waiting period for a marriage?
Ye-
Do you know what the waiting period is for? It's
What?
for what? Do you know what an ida is? An ida?
Yes, yes. Just to talk about the surah, I'm with you. I have
Okay, all
the
right.
word in Arabic.
If a man marries a woman and he doesn't consummate the marriage at all, he has no ida, right? He can divorce her instantly. There's no waiting period, right? Because he hasn't consummated, right? You agree?
Hey. Wait,
Okay,
wait,
so
wait.
yeah, so these
Surah,
are for
surah
yeah, that's
is
another thing.
uh,
So this is, but
65 verse 4,
this,
صح?
this
Right? 65 verse 4.
this surah is dealing with women that have iddas, that have
Diva,
consummated
Diva,
and consummate.
Diva, Diva, can you
Six five.
can you write the verse and the surah in text of the book?
65 4.
Just please write Discord, please.
I'll read it. It's fine. It's right here. Surah 65, Surah 65, verse 4. Let me know when I can read it.
No, I just wanted to write it in text.
Oh yeah, yeah, no problem.
Saint Job, no, I'm not. I'm Clearwater's Diva is Diva.
Let me know when I can read it. Can I read it?
And I say you write the verse because I didn't see it in Quran. I wanted to search about, okay, because you wanted to speak and I can't understand you in English, so I need to read in Arabic.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, so the English translation is wrong.
Diva,
No,
give
I think
me
he's just saying he didn't like you saying it in English didn't make sense to him, so he wants to
I
just
didn't
read
read
what it says
it.
in the
I
language
didn't
that he
read it.
understands.
Jesus,
I didn't
Jesus
read it.
bless you.
I didn't read it.
Well, like you're paraphrasing or whatever.
No, I didn't even read it yet.
No, but earlier, not the thing you're about to say. I think he's just, or are you saying the verse he's about to read?
No, I'm just saying I need the number of the surah and the verse.
I mean,
The
65.
number,
You don't know how to say 65 4 in Arabic. I don't know. One,
First
two,
of
three,
all,
four, five,
verse
six.
4, okay. With me.
It's a very famous surah that varies is the religion. Varies.
I know, but I need to see it.
I just want to read it.
It's probably good to have it
Surah,
on standby.
Yeah.
verse, verse is talking about this divorce, is that right?
Yes.
Divorce.
Yes, sir.
Okay, talk. And those, wait,
Can I read it?
read it. And those who
Okay.
no longer accept, right?
Let me read it. 65, verse 4. Verse 4. Here
Oh,
it is. Now, it's going to talk about three type of women, okay? I'm going to read the whole thing, and the one I'm concerned about is the middle one, the second one. This is the problem. The first and the last are fine. I have no problem with it. It's the middle, the second one that we're going to discuss, okay?
oh,
As
talk,
as
talk.
as for your women past the age of menstruation, that's we obviously know what that is. That's what do you
Can you
call it?
link? Didn't see anything like that. The verse is saying, and those who no longer accept menstruation among your women, if you dope it, and the first of the verse, and those who no longer accept. Is that
Yeah, yes,
give me
yes.
the link?
Yeah, let me
Give
read
me
it.
the link. Give me the link of the surah, please, because I didn't.
It's verse 4.
But we are okay now about the hadith.
Forget it. If you don't believe any hadith, I ain't gonna bring it up. That's fine.
No,
That's fine. Sure.
wait, just wait. You say to me, I don't believe about my hadith.
Yeah, if you reject Sahih
You
Bukhari, then that's
first,
fine. That's fine.
no. Sahih al-Bukhari have 3,000 hadith.
Okay.
That is not hadith because the name of Sahih al-Bukhari, hadith of Sahih al-Bukhari, it doesn't make 3,000 hadith.
All right.
They are
Listen,
have
you're
novel
you're
and
you're
the story about Prophet.
you've taken about 10
Just,
minutes now. I can't even get the verse out.
just
So can I read the
give
verse?
me text. Write the surah, write the verse in text, and I will read it. Okay? Because I didn't find the verse.
Well, let me read it for you. Okay. This is Quran.com. Is Quran.com good? Quran.com. Okay. As for your women past the age of menstruation, that means
Yeah,
they're stop.
contains.
That's menopause. That's the word I'm looking for. It's menopause.
Okay.
Okay. In case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not yet menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery. And whoever is mindful of Allah, he will make their matters easy for them. So there's only
What
a
is
waiting period if there is
what
sex involved, right?
what you say?
There's only
What
a
what you say
whatever,
now?
whatever, man.
I
Forget it.
think
Okay,
I
he's
don't know.
now understanding what you've been saying the verse says, and he hasn't until this point. So now it's like,
Diva.
have you? Well,
The,
I just want to hear Chat GPT. I want you to like read the verse. Like, do you know the verse he's talking about?
yes, I know what he is talking about, but I didn't know what is the problem. What is the problem of the
The
verse?
problem is who it says who have not yet menstruated. So who are women or girls who have not yet menstruated? Are those children? Are those little girls?
Okay.
So
Do you know what is the meaning? Do you know
you
what
know
is
what
the meaning of the verse?
do I know what
The,
means?
the meaning of the verse, you as a Muslim cannot do a relationship for a woman girl didn't have the period.
Sure. Yeah,
That
yeah,
is the
right.
meaning of the verse. Okay.
That doesn't mean
So
what?
wait, just wait. So from age
I'm not
15.
gonna. I'm not gonna get an answer for sure. I know this already.
If you don't mind, Diva and ChatGPT and oh boy, I think you're trying to say, Diva, that why or how he thinks that this passage that you're reading is okay because they're talking about minors, right?
It says
Yeah, you're getting to
women.
the point,
I'm
Clearwaters, I
just
think, with that. Yeah, that's what
Listen,
he's trying to say, right,
listen.
Eva?
Let me
Yeah.
ask
just
you this, Haji.
No,
Javier,
but
you're not a
Diva,
you're not a
hold on. Can you answer my question?
Can
Are
I
you
say
trying
one
to,
thing
are
real
you
quick?
trying, hold on, Diva, are
just
you trying to point
one.
out that there's something bad with this, what you're reading?
right.
Hold on.
I
That's what
don't.
you're saying, right?
Javier,
Just
this is redeemed. Can I say something
wait.
real quick?
I want
Everybody,
to say
everybody
that,
out there,
and
can you please
I
like
will
and
give you the
subscribe? Everybody like and subscribe.
and
Interact with the shorts. Come on, everybody, like and subscribe.
the,
Get the likes up. Get the subscribes up. Let's go.
I don't do
the
that when
verse
someone's
the,
pressing.
the
Go ahead.
verse the divine came and show to you. The verse it say we are Muslims not married or do relationship with minors and with
Hey,
women and
That
kids
has nothing to
that
do.
didn't have the permit. Okay,
Let me ask you a question, ChatGPT. How old are you?
I am 20.
You're 20 what?
No, just
20. He
20.
said 20.
20. Okay. So you went to school, right? You went to school and you learned stuff, right? You went to high school or whatever. You learned when you were a kid. You got more, right? You went to high school or whatever, right?
Yes, I learned the hadith.
Okay. So what age, right, would you say a girl is? Because we're all human beings, right? We're human beings 1,000 years ago. We're human beings 2,000 years ago. We're not morphing into other kind of human beings. So what age would you say that most girls have not yet menstruated yet? Would you say under 11, under 12, under 9? Would you say that's about the age when some women start their menstruation?
Okay, I answer you now.
Yes or no?
Just wait for me. I can't speak English, so I'm just trying.
But this is kind of
Okay, if
unfair,
I
Diva.
speak
You were
Arabic,
saying,
I speak Arabic. I can tell you whatever you want. Okay, just have patience with me, please. Uh, the verse or the hadith it is novel. It is not hadith. So give it
This is not
and
the hadith.
forget
This is
about it.
Quran.
Okay,
This is
the
this is
verse,
cool.
the verse, the
I don't know
verse.
what he's saying. What are you
Hey,
saying?
hold on, Diva and ChatGPT. I think we're running the risk here to not understand what's going on. So, Diva,
yeah,
I ask you a question. Are you trying to demonstrate to ChatGPT that this whatever you're taking from this book is wrong, right? Because we're talking about minors.
Right. And
Okay,
the
so
and
you're
this
trying. I think you're
and this is
trying to get ChatGPT to admit that his book is there's something wrong with it.
but this is
right.
not but this is not the prophet. This is God himself saying it. That's what I'm saying. God is
But
saying this is
this is
okay.
being taken from the Quran or not?
The Quran, which means that the God is saying this is okay. This isn't
Okay,
hadith.
so ChatGPT, do you think this what Diva is reading from the Quran? Are you in agreement with that passage or whatever? Are you okay with that?
I don't okay or okay. I just wanted to know what is the diva. Uh, get
Let
meaning
me
from the first.
let me ask my question.
Diva, hold
What'd
on.
you say, Chat GPT?
ChatGPT,
What
what was
is
your
the
answer again?
I just know. I just want to know what is the diva had or have meaning of from this verse.
What is the
let me see
meaning
if I
of
can
the verse?
Yes.
let me read it. Let me read it again. Everyone can listen, okay?
No, no, read it, but tell me what you understand about this verse.
Right.
Well,
What? Yeah. What is the takeaway?
Yes.
well, what I'm saying is I can't interpret it. I can't uh I gotta interpret what I read. I can't make it up what I think it says. That would be stupid. So when I read it, it clearly says that this is basically what it's saying. Grown men can marry
No,
not
no,
yet
no, no,
yes, this is talking
no,
about
no.
marriage, divorce. This is divorce. Sir is about
Divorce,
divorce.
no, 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 no. It is talking about married and married. Read the verse, please.
Is this Surah about divorce?
Divorce, okay, but surah
Okay, so
name
that's all.
divorce, but
No. Is this
it's
Surah about divorce?
surah name divorce,
Listen,
but the first verse
listen,
didn't
listen.
talk
I gotta
about
ask you.
divorce.
Listen, you're running away. This is what you do. I'm gonna have to ask you yes or no
I just
questions.
think there's a communication problem. I don't think he's like running
Yeah,
away. But
yeah, it seems to me the same thing. If you allow me, Diva, please hold on a second. ChatGPT,
I think
it seems,
Clearwaters has a good way of facilitating it.
yeah, it's thank you, old boy. It seems to me, ChatGPT, what Diva is trying to ask you if you're okay with this marrying minors.
Having
Okay,
sex with
can
minors, then divorcing
can,
them,
can I
then
answer?
divorcing them before they menstruate. Yes, that's what
The
it
name,
says.
the name of the surah mean divorce, but the verse didn't talk about divorce. Okay, the verse is telling us like Muslims, we Muslims not doing relationship or doing anything like that for kids or for women didn't have period.
Well, you're a
So,
fake
so,
Muslim.
And
so, ChatGPT,
okay,
you're not okay with
so
marrying. You're not.
the verse you this verse didn't
Did
show us and the Muslims married minors or married kids like you said, Diva.
did let me ask you
Never.
this? Did Iran has just they have a marriage
Uh,
law of 9 years old.
uh,
They just passed a law in
can,
Iran that's
can,
almost 9 years
can
old.
I
Are they wrong? Are they not following the Quran the right way? Are they wrong?
Iran?
Iran they passed a law where you can marry a girl at 9 years old.
Iran not
Are they
Muslims.
wrong? Are they
Iran
bad?
not Muslims. Iran not Muslims for the first.
But they're
Iran
following this
Shia.
verse. It doesn't matter.
Shia,
They're
not Muslims.
listen.
Not
Let me.
Muslims, Iran.
All right, I'm going to try to
And
ask you. Yes,
He's
I'm going
not.
to.
They're not the same sect, Diva. So he doesn't believe they're Muslims. Is that what you're
That's
saying,
What
Chat
about
fine, but
GPT?
he
Pakistan? Is
believes in the Quran.
Pakistan? What about Pakistan?
That's fine, but he believes in the Quran. Listen, I'm going to ask you
from
yes or no
Diva,
questions. I'm going to
Diva.
ask you yes or no questions because you're not answering my question.
I'm going to answer your question now, but I wanted to
Okay, so is marrying
tell
a
me
not yet menstruated
just
girl,
wait,
having
wait.
sex with her, then divorcing her, is that good? Is that good?
What?
According to this scripture, it's about divorce and it's about a waiting period, which is only for when you have sex. We already agreed there's no waiting period, there's no iddah if you haven't. So this is describing men marrying not yet menstruated girls, having sex with them because now they have a waiting period, and then divorcing them. That's what it says. And if you want to,
Um,
I mean, uh, Javier, put
Is
it up
that
and read
good?
it, and you tell me. I mean, I'm not making it up. This is what it says.
Yes or no?
I
Yes
think
or no?
ChatGPT understands the question. ChatGPT, I think the basic question is if you are in agreement that it's okay to marry, have sex, and divorce a minor. Are you okay with that?
That's it.
just wait.
Are you okay with that?
Okay, for what? Can you say again?
Okay to marry, have sex, and divorce a minor.
A not yet
Have sex
menstruated.
and
Uh,
divorce a minor,
yeah, in this case, lower than 13 years old.
13
Not
years
puberty.
old?
Pre-puberty.
Yes. Is it okay or not for you?
No, not for me, no.
Not okay?
Is Allah
No,
wrong?
not okay for you.
No, no,
Was
no,
it
no.
okay for
Hold,
Muhammad to do that? Was it
uh,
okay
No,
for
no, no,
Muhammad to
no.
do that?
I
Forget
think,
Muhammad.
I
Wait,
think, I
Hold on,
think
hold on,
he's.
wait,
hold on,
Hold,
hold on, hold on. He's getting is Allah said this? Is Allah wrong to allow this? Is
no,
Allah
Diva,
evil?
Diva,
he,
Said
hold
this?
on, hold on a
you are
second.
right, but he
I,
asking me
ChatGPT,
and
hold on, please, hold
I
on,
can't
hold
speak
on.
English. So you talk
I
about what I
think,
saying in the
I
back.
think, I think ChatGPT
I
was
think
very
no, I
clear
can't speak
saying
English.
that he's not okay with that. I think just to
Right, but
just to be clear, I think ChatGPT said that he's not okay with that.
okay, but then why would he trust a God who says that that's okay? Why would he trust a God who says that's okay? That doesn't make sense. So
Okay,
you're more
Diva,
moral than your God?
hold on. Too much information. So
thought-
if you don't
I-
mind, ChatGPT, the next question is: are you okay with God saying that it's okay to marry and have sex with a minor under 13 years old?
And then divorce her.
No, okay, you say you tell me a question and I tell you get the verse that says saying that.
Say that again.
Bro, redeem. Is that
Get,
you, bro? Bro,
get,
you gotta stop
get,
that. Is that Clearwater's?
No,
get,
that's not me.
get
I'm
the verse
sorry.
that saying that.
ChatGPT, can you repeat your answer, please?
Get the verse that saying that.
I don't understand what he's saying.
I
You gotta
say
do yes or, you gotta
get
do yes or
the
no.
verse that saying we are Muslims married under 30.
He's going into bot mode now or something. I don't know.
So I
I
think
just can't
you
understand.
said, I think you first said that you're not okay with that. Are you okay with the book saying that it's okay?
Can I text on the Discord because I can't speak, so I can't understand what you're saying. If that okay with you, okay?
All right, ChatGPT. All right, no problem, man. I was just trying to get
give
Diva's
me the
question.
Ask, ask me the
Javier,
question
is it
that
okay if we pray for ChatGPT?
Man, I don't know if
what?
that's gonna be
Well, listen, we already agree. I mean, listen, everyone, you could read it yourself. It says what it says. So, and that's it. But let me ask you this, Chat GPT, can you hear me?
I hear you, but I can't
Okay.
speak English, so I can't
Is
understand what you're saying, okay?
no, that's fine. If you don't understand, it's fine.
No.
Is
We talk about
according,
religion.
ac-
We talk about
accord,
religion. So I can't understand what you saying. If I reply wrong, you will take it from my mouth or what I say.
no,
I
that's
need to
fine. If
text
you don't
what
understand, that's fine. I'm gonna try to ask you, and if you don't understand, that's fine. I got no problem. I'm just
He
trying to
ask
just
get the
me.
doesn't
question.
want to run the risk
Ask
of being
me.
misunderstood. I think that's what he's saying.
yeah.
That's okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Ask
Listen,
me in text. No,
according to your Quran, was Jesus born of a virgin?
yes.
Was Jesus sinless according to
Sin.
Surah 19, where it says he's a pure boy? Is he sinless?
All prophet are sinless.
No, they're not all
Not
sinless.
all prophet are
Not
sinless. Not
no
just
no, they're not
this.
they're not sinless. But was Jesus
I give.
sinless?
Okay, wait. I give you the verse and you read it now.
Man, I don't know what happened, but my concurrent viewers counter went to 0.
What? I told everybody to get the likes up.
Before I get the verse, let's talk about the marriage of minors. I will text you on Discord.
Hold on, let me read this for you. So this is
Wait, you don't read. I can't understand what you're saying about in English.
I want to read you a surah.
See? You
So
text and you get the verse in text of Discord, and I read it, and I will respond about you saying.
He wants to go off Discord so he can get a response. This is what I understand he's saying.
okay, well, I'm gonna read. You guys tell me what this means, okay? I'm gonna read Surah Maryam 19, verse 19. It's talking about
Wait,
Jesus. Talking about
wait, wait.
Jesus. It says,
You
He said, I am
wait,
only a messenger of the Lord to give you a pure boy. Okay. He said, Nay, I am only a messenger from thy Lord to thee, the gift of a holy son. Pure boy. Okay. Here's another one. He said, this is the same verse translated. He said, I am just a messenger, talking about Jesus, bearer of your Lord, I have come to grant you a most pure boy. Is that what 19:19 says about Jesus? He was a pure boy and he was a holy son. Is that what it says? From your surah. I read it, right? So we can all agree. It sounds like the Quran says
I
Jesus
think
was.
we can all agree that Jesus loves ChatGPT and wants him to come to him. And we pray for visions of Jesus for ChatGPT, that he'd come into his life and change his heart so that he can find faith in the living waters of Jesus Christ and find forgiveness in his blood. And that ChatGPT, I mean, we're all made in the image of God, ChatGPT. You know, Jesus loves you, man, and he has a plan for you. And that plan is good. I mean, I think Jesus has a message for you. I think you should read, you know, Matthew 5, 6, and 7, ChatGPT. I
I
think you
love
should
Matthew.
check out Matthew 5, 6, and 7.
Yep. That's a good place to start.
Hey, ChatGPT, is there something you want to say or share? Or a question you want to ask?
Question I'm going to ask, it is Jesus. The Quran say about him is God, but in the holy book said is cursed, and he get beaten from Jewish and Romans, and he get
Right.
crossed.
So, yep. I know what you're
So
saying. So the Bible
uh,
says that Jesus took on the curse. He became a curse for us. He wasn't
so
cursed.
so
He took on the
no,
curse
it is
for
true.
us.
It get cursed because Jesus, we know about him, his body and Holy Spirit, or I can't take it.
Let me
Uh,
try.
I will text
ChatGPT,
in you,
ChatGPT,
and I will text
ChatGPT.
in you, and
Do you have
you
any kids? ChatGPT, do you have any kids?
no, I didn't have kids, but you guys
Do you have any
speak English.
brothers? Do you have any brothers, sisters, anything like that? Nieces and
No,
nephews?
no.
Is there anybody? Is it like? Could
Why?
you imagine having kids? And can you imagine
For,
taking on a curse for your kids?
for,
Can you
for,
imagine
for,
like
for,
jumping in front of a bullet to
for
save your brother
talking
or
about
to save your
talking,
dad or something? You know, can you imagine doing that?
for talking to me, and I can't
Yes,
speak him.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Rhythm is
Yes, sir.
crazy.
I can't speak, or I can't understanding you guys. I can't text to you.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
English isn't his first language. You got to change your rhythm, Redeem. You got to
I just
uh,
get,
simplify it.
so I will text, and you, if you wanted to read. If you wanted to ask me. But I will going to text. Okay. So I am going to use translation, or Google, or any of that I can't understand. So I need to use
Hmm.
something to can talking to you about English.
Yeah, I think
Can
that's
I
fair.
ask?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to text to you guys
Thank you,
in Discord.
ChatGPT.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it has a lot of problems understanding um, whatever you're asking him, Diva and Redeem.
Yeah, that's my bad.
But I think he tried. We have to give it to ChatGPT, even though he doesn't speak very good English. I think his English is very good. I think he has a little bit of problem understanding. I think that was the main
I
problem.
agree. I agree. It's not fair.
So, a
We all speak with some sort of slang, so
yeah. ChatGPT, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for taking the courage to join the call and try to have a conversation. And thank you for also for being respectful.
Definitely.
Maybe your English improves very quickly, and you get on another call sometime soon. I don't know if you got anything from that, Diva.
I mean,
I think
everyone,
you.
like I said,
Yeah.
believe what you believe.
So you.
He admitted that that's wrong. And if you read the verse, it says that clearly, but that's his God saying. So if you're more moral than your God, you don't have a true God. I mean, that's an obvious thing. You can't be more moral And the fact that he doesn't believe the hadiths about Aisha and all that, that's rare. I mean, I think it's kind of, it is what it is. If you're more moral than your prophet, if you're more moral than the God who says you can do this, that's, to me, that's the devil. Because God is holy and pure. If God exists, obviously, right? You think he'd be the ultimate source of good, just like there's an ultimate source of evil, like the devil. And so this shows that this is not from God and it's a false religion. It's very obvious if you dig deep.
Okay, I think ChatGPT, what he was trying to do was to get into the translator because he just wrote right now.
Yeah.
As for child marriage, it does not exist in Islam because the only woman permitted to marry is one who has begun menstruating.
Okay, listen, Javier, can you put that up and read that for me? Can you look at it and just read and tell me what you think? And just tell me if I'm making it up.
Is that the
Put
one
put
that
in
I?
Surah.
Is
Yeah,
it the
no,
one
a
that?
different one.
It's a different one.
This
Go
is
ahead.
Surah, Surah 65:4. 65 verse 4.
Okay, this one. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. As for
Boom.
those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, and whoever is mindful of Allah, He will make their matters easy for them.
So if you read that second part, the second group of women, does that clearly say marrying? This is talking about divorce now. It's the surah is about divorce. So it's talking about you have to wait 3 months if you've had sex with the wife. Again, if there's no sex, you can divorce and not wait 3 months. That's it makes sense, right? If you don't do anything, you don't have to wait. And so it's clearly saying marrying a woman, a girl who has not yet menstruated yet, and then divorcing her, which means he married her, he had sex with her, and because now he has to wait 3 months and divorce her. That's what it says.
They find this stuff really problematic for someone to believe that this comes from a
A
loving God.
holy, righteous, loving God. Yeah. So again, when you compare Jesus to Muhammad as far as what he taught, how he lived, how he died, how he treated people, it's night and day. There's no in between. I mean, it's so clear. But like I said, people believe what they believe. If they're raised like that, they choose. So
Well, the ChatGPT says that the verse says that one should not have sexual relations with a woman who has not yet menstruated, and
that's
that
not what it's saying.
when marrying, one should not have sexual relations with a woman who has menstruated.
Right, right. But is that what that says? Now, be honest, Javier.
Is
You don't care. Read what it says.
Yeah, it seems to me
That's what
that
it says.
what I read before is not in agreement with what ChatGPT is saying. It sounds different.
Yeah, yeah. And so remember, Javier, when you said there's no evidence of
Oh,
which
oh,
God is real?
yeah, yeah. Listen, ChatGPT says yes, that's true. There's a difference between them. Muhammad is a human being, but Jesus, a God, came to be crucified, beaten, spat on, and flogged by the Jews and Romans, and in the end, he died.
Wow.
I think he went another way.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, he
I don't
died,
know.
but he was also resurrected.
Well, we can. He's not here, so we could move on. But I think the verse says what it says. But
Diva. I think it's interesting that you finding flaws on this book, but you're aware that people point out that also in the Bibles there are flaws, right?
where?
That
What
big
flaws?
irony of
What?
this. I
You know,
mean,
it is interesting, old boy, that that Diva is pointing out something that doesn't sound right, and other
I
people
know the
are
irony
telling
was
you,
screaming at me the whole
yeah.
conversation, even with the language barrier.
Yeah. I started to come up with the same conclusion. I think Diva is trying to point out some problems with the Quran, but other people are pointing to Diva that there are also problems with the Bible.
Right.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Maybe I can help you out. Give it to me.
But the back and forth is pointless. The broader point stands that no matter what we sit here and tit for tat in terms of a verse that I might have a problem with, which again, I'll be honest with you, I have not personally read the Bible in so long, but I find Clearwater's channel interesting because it's very different from the format of so many other channels that talk about religion, and he has a different perspective on what he thinks is going on with all these discussions. But no, the point just being, I don't think that's really, it would be relevant for me to sit here and come up with a verse I remember, or have bookmarked somewhere that I had a problem with, because you're going to come back with some resolve. I mean, what's the point?
Sure. But I mean,
Um,
But
there's
the
no
parallel
resistance
still
with him.
stands. I mean, the things in the Bible, I think people would agree. There's people who are more knowledgeable than me that would definitely say there's equally egregious happenings and statements from God in the Bible. I mean, Clearwater's probably has some on deck, but like,
Anything,
Let's
you can't
go.
see the
Let's
anything,
go.
irony in the conversation. You can't see the irony of that conversation,
anything,
Diva. I find it
anything. Hold
crazy
on,
that
hold on.
don't have that you might not have that like
Let me answer.
self awareness.
Is there anything where God is saying anything like that, that the men can
Again,
hear
did you not hear what I just said though? I'm just saying, like, I could
like that?
come up with something. I could come up with something that feels like equivalent, but you
Really?
would not. You would not feel that way, and that like you found your thing.
I know a
Like
lot of the
the
things that people
atrocities of
would
the
come up
Bible,
with,
you
and
you are okay with.
they make sense.
Well, if you don't want to bring it
Yeah,
up,
like it makes sense to you.
that's fine. We got to read in context also, So, what I'm saying is,
It makes
and I'm not
sense
a,
to that guy. It made sense to Chat GPT. You know what I'm saying?
oh, it didn't make sense to him. He admitted that. That's why it's a fake book. It's a, it's not a,
ChatGPT
not
is
from God.
pointing out, ChatGPT just wrote, the Old Testament commanded that infants and children be killed.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
the
Like, come on. Like,
Moabites.
who out here has some verses on deck? Like, I mean,
The
So,
Moabites.
like.
That's in Exodus.
so, but according to him, Allah wrote that, and Allah did that. Allah wrote the
Sure.
Old Testament. That's according to them. They believe Allah revealed the Old Testament to Moses and to Jesus and to so he's saying that, but yet he believes that that's Allah who did that. So I mean, he's just talking against himself, really.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, you're just in your fields, Diva.
Well, I want to get back to that thing we were talking about before because I want to answer you. So, do you remember I said about if you fell in love with a girl and she said she loves you, but
Yeah.
your
Oh,
father
oh
killed you?
yeah. Sorry. Say it again. Say the scenario again.
Okay, so this is why we have free will. This is why God allowed us to have free will, even though we would
Mhm.
use it badly. Because love, without free will,
So
there is
yeah,
no
I,
real
I,
love. Okay, so if you're dating a girl that you really like, you're into her, she's beautiful, you're feeling that love, and she
right.
tells you she loves you, and after
But it was
4
all
months,
fake. It was all like a
it's all
plot. It
fake.
was all.
Would you be bummed, or would you be like, oh, whatever, it's okay, I'll keep going.
I. So me personally now, like as weird as it sounds, I might be able to something like that off. But I know what you're saying. Like I've been in love, so like
Just get to that point.
yeah,
Get
that
to
would
the,
crush me. That would crush me. Like I'm a romantic, so like that would
why?
crush me.
Why? Why would that
What?
crush you? Why would that crush you?
Because I love what like there's not like a rational reason. I have an
I'll explain it
emotional
to you. I'll explain it to
attraction
you.
to somebody.
It would bum you out because for love to be real, it has to be free. She has to choose to want to love you. She could hate you.
Oh
She
right,
could
you
love
said
you.
that. So yeah,
Okay. So now this is what happened in the
it's
beginning. Okay.
reciprocated.
So God chose to limit his power Okay, he's all powerful, but he chose on purpose to limit his power by giving us a free will. So so if I do something and I say God made me do it, then I'm a liar. You know I'm a liar. So God doesn't force you to do something evil or something like that. That's not how it works. So people
Yeah, he set up
choose.
rules and stipulations when he didn't need any. But I mean, it just sounds like he was bored, so he came up with
No,
rules he
no,
found interesting.
no. What rules are interesting? What do you mean?
All of the chaos of Earth.
Let me
What do you
let me tell
mean?
you.
Like
Let
all
me
the atrocities that happen on a daily basis,
Yes. Let me explain. Let me
and
explain.
all of the good things that happen too.
Let me explain. So when God created Adam and Eve,
Nature.
everything was good. Everything, nature was good. Everything was good. There was no death. Okay. Once Adam sinned one time. Okay. How many times we all sin? Thousands of times. Okay. All it took was one sin, and that brought death. That brought separation from God, and the consequence. Not God wanted it that way, but the consequence of rejecting God and sinning, choosing to sin, this is what happens. This is the consequence of doing that. God didn't want it to be that way,
Yeah,
but it's a
that's like a fucked
consequence.
up. That's like a fucked up. Like that's something with God sounds very human. Like he wanted to
Well,
create some
well, let me
chaos
explain this. The Bible says we're
No,
made
for
we
in
are
whatever
God's
like
reason.
his.
I mean,
We are
I don't know
made in
what
his
reason. I can't
image.
fathom.
Let me tell
We are
you. I
made
got
in his
evidence.
image.
That's right. We're made in his image, which means we have a will.
It sounds
We
like he's
have
made in ours.
no, 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 no. We have a
No.
will. We can
You
choose
don't
right
think
from
that's
wrong.
convenient?
We know
Like
we're right.
that God would a God would
Yes.
resemble humanity if it was created by humanity. Don't you think that's more likely than the other way around?
If there's no evidence
Like
that
just use
God
your common
exists,
sense.
if there's no evidence that God exists, sure, but the evidence
There
is
is no,
God
yeah, there
exists.
isn't.
There
Clearwater's
is.
had just been
Yes.
I mean, I'll let Clearwater's take it away. He was just riffing about how they're
Clearwaters admits that there's a God. He just doesn't say it's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Clearwater
Sure.
says that there's a God. He just doesn't. He says, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
dude, there's a God, but there's no evidence that it's an Abrahamic God. Right,
Right.
Clearwater?
No, I
I mean,
said there could be a God.
What about
yeah,
Tulum,
like
dude? What
that's
about
it. And
Tulum?
I feel the
Get
same way.
Tulum up
Like
on the
there
screen.
could
Get
be
Tulum up
anything.
on the screen.
Listen,
It,
old
Is
boy.
Tulip what?
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? That
What?
for us to have a loving relationship with other people and with God, we have to have free will. We have to have a choice to do bad or to not love him. Otherwise, we're
I
robots.
know, but that I know, but that just sounds like an emotional game, like Clearwaters is pointing out with so many
How?
Abrahamic and other religions.
Well,
so if
Christianity in the Bible, to me, just describes our reality more than any other religion or philosophy out there. It answers the
I mean,
biggest
that's
question.
your opinion. That's your opinion. I don't think
Well,
that's
how does
that's
atheism,
true.
how does atheism answer the
hey,
question?
but
Sure.
hold on,
Everything's our opinion.
Diva, you brought an example with a woman getting in love.
Yep,
Yeah, being in love.
Yeah.
So going back
yep.
to that example, if you meet a woman, you see a woman, and you look at her eyes, look at her face, you get this data from a human being. And for some reason, because of some associations that you have, you start feeling for her, right? So
Okay.
once you get the data from her eyes, her hair, her skin, you start feeling for her, and then you proceed to take action towards her to try to get with her, right?
Okay.
It's very simple, right? This is the process that we go through when you like
You're
someone.
emotionally motivated.
Yes,
Why do you do
exactly.
anything?
So in the case of God, what is different from that process?
I don't understand. I'm after truth.
It just
If
sounds like
there is no
everything
God,
else, bro.
if there is
It's
no
Your
God,
book sounds like everything else, maybe but worse. You know, it's got problems,
So in
much
the
like
case,
the other Abrahamic religions.
in the
If there
case
is
of
no
God,
God,
in the case of
I should
God,
be an atheist. We should
no,
all be
but
atheists.
I
If there's
noticed
no
that
God.
I noticed that you went to the word truth and you bypass the comparison of the knowing a woman and knowing God. Why would it be
How is that the
different?
same? Well, you can't see God.
No, no,
So
no. Hold on, hold. So, but
Oh, go ahead.
you're getting data from a woman. You can also get data from the God.
That's the only way you know you're communing with a God is if he reaches out to you in some fashion that you can perceive,
exactly.
right?
That's true. Right. If God doesn't reveal himself, I'm not gonna ever know who God is. Of course. I'm not
No,
smart enough to figure out
but
God.
hold on a second. We're again bypassing a very important aspect because for us human beings processing information through our brain, we need data. And you're getting data from a woman having her in front of you and seeing her, smelling her, and listening to her. In the case of God, you're reading about this God and you're making images in your mind, in your imagination, and you're reading about the promises and you're starting to feel things about this data. And
So
that
again,
and
I've
that
said many.
happens to
I'll,
take
I'll,
action towards the God and
I'll,
the belief in the God.
I'll explain. I'll explain. So again, I told you I don't believe God exists because a book tells me. I believe that
You've
I
had
get
experience.
accurate. I get no, I not just that, but I get good information and accurate information of who God is from a book, if it's trustworthy and reliable. Because I already believe God exists from the evidence around me,
When,
the
when
evidence
was
of creation,
when
the
was the
evidence
first
of find what.
sorry, when was the first time you heard the word God? How old were you?
I'd probably going to church as a kid to being taken to church.
So
Sure,
you
yeah,
were aware of the information about a God.
yeah, but I wasn't thinking about it or
Of course you weren't,
seriously thinking about it as a
You
child.
don't
did
think it's
have the
likely,
data.
Diva, you don't think it's likely that you were influenced to look for God in nature and in the world because you were told it in the most in the most developmental years of your life? Like where
What
you're
about people that
absorbing
weren't? What about
information like
people
a
that weren't?
sponge?
Fine.
Yeah,
What about people
yeah.
that weren't?
Go ahead, Redeem.
Sure. You know, yeah, maybe that's why Diva, has faith. But what about people that weren't?
So
So how would you explain
in
that?
the case of Diva, I think old boy pointed something very important. So you already have some kind of knowledge that there's somewhere up there that is named God or is being called God. You were not interested because you have no emotional benefits in believing that this information was true or this data. But going through your life, you went through situations that put you on the negative side, and then suddenly these positive things about the God caught your attention. You're like, you know what? I'm starting to feel fearful about death. I'm starting to feel that I don't have meaning in my life. Probably I look into this God that I used to listen about when I was a kid, and then just really started to find emotional value in believing in God. Couldn't that happen with you?
No, remember, I had a personal experience of being born again with God, a personal experience that happened in real time. So that
Right.
right
So
there
And
with
you
what?
all
in
the
your mind, you grew away from God. Like you learned about God, you knew about God as a child, you grew away from God, and
right,
then
I
you had
knew
kind of like a reawakening.
right. So I kind of believe that Jesus is God, right? I mean, I'm raised here, right? So I kind of believe it makes most sense, right? But I didn't, but as a teenager, high school, 20s, I was sinning like crazy. I was after pleasure. I was after, all that stuff. But I knew in the back of my mind that God could be real and that it probably is Jesus, even though it could not be, okay, obviously, right? But I felt that. But then when it came to that low point of my life, that's when I actually did what the Bible said, which I didn't understand until after I read it. So
Okay.
this happened to me before I read it,
Okay.
which was I got on my knees, I repented, and I trusted in Jesus, not just with my mouth, but with my heart. I meant it. It wasn't just I say it and now I move on to the next thing. I meant it. And the
So
next day changed
No, no.
everything.
so I
Okay.
noticed
Jesus Christ changed everything.
I noticed something, Diva. When this happened to you, you were on the negative side of the scale.
You were at the lowest of lows. You would
Yes,
have
sir.
never came to God. You never would have came to God if you were enjoying life and you felt like you were being fruitful. outside
a
of
minute.
that,
I
Wait a
agree.
doing
minute.
whatever
Well,
so-called
Well,
doing
wait a
whatever
minute. Wait a
so-called
minute.
sin, so-called
Well,
you're
wait
a
a
sin.
minute.
little right. No,
Can
you're a
I give
little
my
right.
testimony? Can
No,
I give my testimony?
I'm not running
Well,
away
I
from you.
want to continue with Diva's. Like, I want to hear what Diva has to say in
Because
response to that.
mine's
But
just
yeah, I
like
mean, sure,
Diva,
sure. I
except
want to
I
hear what
was
you have
on
to say
top.
too.
My thing was just like Diva's, except I was on top. I had a good house. I have a good career. You know, all of that stuff. But I felt, you know, morally bankrupt. I was running
Right.
all over town, doing
Well,
all sorts
sure.
of these
It
things.
doesn't matter. You could have so-called success. Like, you can't see how that's similar. It doesn't matter. It's an emotional state you're in. It doesn't matter how much wealth you garner or if you reach so-called success by societal standards. You're coming to a God because you feel empty. You feel like something's missing
Actually,
This
emotionally.
people who have,
this is
listen, a lot of people, hold on, a lot of people that get
But
what they want, they get the money, they get the power. That actually makes them come to God also. Because when you have all of that, it was kind of like with
exactly.
me. I had the
so
best,
this
so listen,
Again, you're responding to an emotional feeling, and
this
God is fulfilling
no,
that
yes,
thing that you need.
yes,
God
Okay,
is,
but
listen,
then why is
no, no, no.
society not
so
fulfilling it? Why is
if you
society not
Sorry, I'll
fulfilling
let.
it?
Sorry, I'm keep
if you
cutting
allow
off
me
Clear
if you
Waters.
allow me for a second, this is exactly my presentation at the beginning of the live stream. The most important thing in your life is not having money, having a big house, having a family. Is not. It's how you're feeling. In that moment, you were feeling
Right.
bad. You needed some source of feel good, and you remember about
Okay,
hearing about God
I
Whatever
understand.
offering.
reason,
I
it doesn't
understand.
matter
Yes,
the
I
data.
understand.
It doesn't
So
matter
let
the
me
data
ask
you're
you guys a
talking about.
question, because you guys are way smarter than me. I'm a farmer. Okay, I'm just a humble farmer. You know.
Hey, I'm blue
So
collar, bro. I come, bro. I'm not. I have nothing against farmers, man.
let me ask you this: why won't society fill the void? Why can't society fill the void?
This is what Clearwaters is asking. We don't know. We're trying to find it out. Unfortunately, no. Like, it sucks, but you might be lucky to live 100 years. And like, if I'm honest with myself, at my point, I'm only 30. I don't have a clue. I'm being honest with myself and trying to take in data and
Can I be honest
I
with
have
you?
and
I
be
don't
I have a
honest in the
clue.
believe.
practice. Be honest in the practices that I come across from the people I meet in my
Listen,
life,
bro. I
I
don't
because it's
have
know
working
either,
for
but
them.
I know who
I have a
does.
clue. I have
I
a
don't know either,
I
but
have
I know
a
who
clue.
does, and his name is Jesus.
You know what happens,
Yeah,
Redeem,
that's your opinion. That's
when
what you came to.
yes, when you have information or you have situations in front of you and you go through the same information, you go through the same experiences over and over, you're not longer moving that energy. So it's going to get stale to the point that it's going to move to the negative side. And you're going to be in a predicament in a moment in your life because nothing is going to have
Like,
meaning.
there's
So
a term for that in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm interrupting. I'm sorry.
yeah, so you're gonna start finding or looking for sources of feel good, but because you're already on this earth and you have tried different things in your life, you have tried drugs, you have tried smoking, you have tried drinking, and nothing makes it for you,
women,
you're gonna, yeah, women too, you're gonna start looking for unreasonable ways to make you feel good. And you're gonna start looking into the esoteric side of things.
Right. You're gonna
It's
come to some
just
spiritual.
up, yeah.
Yeah.
maybe I can try to explain. I mean, you don't believe it anyway, but if you look at a glove, okay, a glove is made for a hand, okay? But without a hand, a glove is useless. Would you agree? Without a hand, a glove, the way it's made, is useless. It has no purpose. There's nothing to it. So we are like a glove. God is the hand. God wants to live inside of us, and He is the only one that will fulfill that God-shaped hole. We
This
fill
is
it with
Again, you're
preaching,
just. This is your
Diva.
opinion. This is
This
your
is
no.
opinion.
We'll
preaching.
get. Hold on. I'm gonna tell
You're
you.
preaching. Chill them. Chill them. Chill them.
We fill it with fornication. We fill it with entertainment. We fill it with popularity. We fill it with our career. We fill it with making money. We fill it with
It
all these
doesn't
things.
fit. It doesn't fit. But God fit for you, Diva.
No,
Jesus
God
fit for
fits for
you.
But the
anybody.
question is,
Anybody.
why
That's your
won't
opinion.
society?
That's
So,
your opinion.
so allow me
Why won't
to point
society
out
never
something,
fulfill
Diva.
anybody?
Allow
It's
me
a
to point
popular
something
opinion.
out. It is possibility, Diva, that through the process of your family, the process of interacting with your family, and they're presenting values to you, you have a very good idea of what is supposed to be a good life. Okay? And that is in the back of your mind. Now, you're doing things that you know are not aligning up with your bringing, with your family. And
With
you
what
do,
you value, what you think is right and wrong.
With my
yes.
conscience.
So now you find
Yeah, your conscience.
yourself moving farther away and farther away for what you know is supposed to be good in your life. Okay. So I think at a moment in time that you have an internal fight about what you think is supposed to be good for you and what you learn to be good for you, you're going to be in an emotional predicament. And that is why I think some people go into depression, because they don't
Let me,
understand why they feel
okay,
good about things and feel bad at the same time.
old boy, can I ask you something? Can you try to be honest? Ask, and just think with me. Think philosophically, okay? Let me ask you a question. Um,
Yeah,
I don't know how old you are, but have you been in love with a
I'm
woman
30.
and had sex with her? Obviously, maybe not married, but have you been in love with a woman and had sex with her and had an intimate moment where it was like amazing, like physically and emotionally amazing? Have you ever
Come
done that
on, guys,
before?
like and subscribe for sex, physical and emotional. Come on, guys, like and subscribe.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. No, not I. I'll be honest.
You
Thank
don't
you,
have a good
This is
Ricky.
time?
kind of very personal, bro. This is personal, but
You don't have a good time when you do that? It's a chore.
no, I'm just saying like
So what I'm
I've
saying
never
is,
been in that situation that you're describing.
okay, maybe you fornicated, but you haven't been in love, I guess, yet, right? That's what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, well, can you imagine if you married someone you love and you're married and you have that? Can you imagine it probably be really amazing, right? Can we just think about like just,
Feels good.
theoretically?
Yeah,
Okay.
like I can use my imagination to think about what that might be like. Yeah.
So notice this. Notice you yourself, you have an apparatus, you have a desire for intimacy and to have pleasure, to have sex. And it
Dang,
all
that would
works.
feel good. That would
There's a
feel
way,
good.
there's a drive and a craving you have, a need, and there's a way
Yeah,
to fulfill it. Yes or no? There's a way to
sure.
fulfill that need. Okay. So, um, lose my point. Um, here's the other thing. So you ever feel guilty? Are you guilty? Like you do some things, you feel guilt and
Yes.
regret? Okay.
I'm a guilt-riddled person since forever.
Let me tell you, and Javier, he's an old guy like me. The older you get, it builds up. You get more guilt, more regret for your life.
Nah, not true.
Okay.
I've been working on getting it lowered and it's been working.
Okay. Well,
I
again, I think
am
you're young.
I'm
I
more and
think
more
you're young.
satisfied with myself every day.
How old are you?
30. I turned 30 this year.
Okay, well, you're getting close. I mean, but think about 30 to when you were 17. Would you say there's more
Yeah.
guilt and regret since then? Would you agree?
No, but like what I'm trying to
No?
say is like from a young age, I would like rat myself out because I would do things that I thought were wrong, even if they actually weren't. My parents didn't think they were wrong. I would tell my parents everything
What
because
I'm saying is,
I just had a conscience. And at
if
first it
there,
was because of God, or God was the thing that I was my guilt maybe wasn't coming from, but like God was the thing I feared punishment from for
right.
the bad things I did. But I've always felt guilt. I think I would have felt guilt with or without, just me as a person. Like I just think that came naturally to me. I always wanted to
Because
do
you
the
have a
right thing.
conscience, right? I believe that
Like
God given you a
atheist.
conscience. I don't believe your conscience
Yeah.
came from matter and energy. I believe a
I know you
personal
I know what
being.
you believe. Like I
Okay.
get it.
So
God,
if
yeah.
hold on, so if there's a reason and a way of you getting guilty, more guilt, and it adds up at some point, you'll understand. For a lot of people, there
Oh
has to
boy,
be a way to get rid of that guilt, and there is. Just like there's a way to you have a
For
drive for sex.
you,
No, no,
but
no,
believe it or
no.
not,
You're
Buddhism
human.
works for people, bro, or
You're human. You're
Hinduism
human.
works for people, or whatever, bro,
Well,
hold
I'm
on,
just trying
hold
to
on,
say,
or Ifa works for people.
okay,
hold up, hold up.
It
hold
answers
on.
the questions they have. It answers all the
Listen,
questions they have. It makes the
hold
world
on.
make
Answer
sense.
this one for me. If atheism is true, that means there's no creator, and we're all matter
What
and
do you mean is
energy.
atheism true, bro? Don't,
That's,
I'm not an
that's what you,
atheist.
Hey,
Hold up.
Diva, if you don't mind, I would
okay.
like
You're
to,
not an atheist.
I would like to
All
say
right.
something
You
about
just
that
keep
feeling
you just keep
guilt.
throwing labels out.
I would like to
So
say
you're a
something
theist.
about
You're a
feeling
theist.
guilt.
Okay, that's fine.
In my experience, Diva, there was a certain point in my life that I was feeling very guilty about some things that I was doing. Okay. And then after trying to analyze and grow up a little bit and stop being a victim, I'm like, man, why am I feeling like this? In that process, I understood that most of my insecurity was coming from a family member. I was adapting his insecurities, and because I was not critically thinking and I was not very emotional stable, I was internalizing that insecurity that this loved one was presenting to me. Once I understood that, I talked to my loved one. I noticed and confirmed that it was his insecurities, and that at that moment I feel insecure no more about those things. So I
Let
needed
me ask
no
you
God, I
this.
needed no God to go to that process, but I got an internal value lesson from myself about growing up.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you get drunk, you're a drunk driver and you kill someone, okay? And you realize this. You're gonna tell me that you wouldn't feel guilty, you'd be able to move past that? You
I'll
or
feel,
something like
yeah,
major happen
I'll
like that?
feel, yeah, terrible, awful.
You don't think that that would never go away?
I hope that that never goes away.
No, I'm saying, but so what I'm saying is there has to be a way to get rid of that guilt if there is a guilt in the beginning. Like,
Uh,
why is there guilt?
yeah,
If we're just
Like
regular,
you're saying there's a way to not feel guilty after committing some mistake, some awful mistake that you feel guilty about.
what I'm saying is God actually offers you real forgiveness and you know it and you feel it. It's not something like, oh, I believe and so I'm forgiven and
but
I
but
play a mental trick with
but
myself.
We
That's
Diva,
not what it
understand
is.
that,
that
Diva. I just wish you would know that I know Javier understands this as someone who used to be a Christian. Like, I feel like you will never understand that we could be non-believers and experience what you have experienced.
and also
So you guys are
and
not atheists and you're not theists,
no
right?
no
That's what it is.
but
You're not
also
atheists and you're not theists.
I would like
I
to
don't
add,
have a label. I don't know what I don't I haven't figured it out.
but in the case of
You're
that
putting the
example,
stamp of atheist on me.
in the
You are.
case in the case of that example that you provided about the drunk killing someone, Diva, I don't think
Yeah.
the family members of the victims will be very happy with you bringing peace to this person. Like, giving this card and this is your free, get free and guilt free, and you're gonna be happy for the rest of your life knowing that you killed two
People have
people.
problems with the way forgiveness works as described in the Bible.
How? How? Tell me why.
Well, Javier, continue like that. He was getting into it.
Yeah, basically, it seems to me that it's problematic that you're trying to find a free card, feel good, even though you did something horrible. How about you keep it in your mind and suffer a little bit so you can learn a lesson? Because some people, when you give something for free, they don't get the
There
value
has to
of
be a way
the
out.
experience.
What
So,
I'm saying
There
is,
has to be a way out. Otherwise, it's doom, right? Like you need something to make you redeemed from the guilt. For
let me ask
you,
you this.
it's a literal sacrifice.
Let me ask you
But
this.
for other people, they find ways to find peace with their guilt in
I,
in
I,
in a
I,
in an equally effective way. In an
I,
equally, but you can't admit that because of the way your system works.
I
I would
think, Diva,
disagree.
just to add to that, I would like to say something. I think in the case of the person that is driving drunk and killed another person, probably it's going to take him 20 years to get rid of the guilt. How about let
It
that
won't
person
even
go
be
through that process themselves and heal themselves and understanding that what they did was absolutely horrible, wrong, and they let it go 20 years
Tragically,
later,
maybe never, maybe never.
or maybe never.
But what I'm saying is the God of the Bible loves you so much that he will forgive your sins no matter what you've done, he will forgive you.
But
That's amazing.
what
That
about
feels
the
good.
family
That
members?
feels good.
And that
The
feels good
family
too.
members can also become Christian too and have eternal life. What is that?
That
What's
feels
wrong with
really
that?
good. That would be nice. That would be nice.
But that's the truth.
I think in a way,
Wouldn't it be nice?
Diva, I think
But does that sound good? But
whatever
a
you're
second chance you
saying,
blow it?
whatever was you're
I would
saying
love
right
for that to be
now,
true.
is offering a way for someone to move from feel bad to feel good, which is what Old Boy is pointing out.
Isn't it oddly convenient, Diva? Like you're saying, it's more profound than like yes, I can discount it. It's more profound than what I'm saying, but I don't think it is. I think the human mind and your emotions are powerful, and because of the reason you do what you do, it shows in how awful the world can be and how great the world can be. The power of the human mind. And it's not to say we're God or something. It's just to say we still don't know our own nature. And at least from my perspective, I can't come to any sort of certain conclusion of what the so-called meaning of existence is. I just have data and can describe it.
In the
And like
case,
I'm
in,
a science believer. I buy some of the things in science, and I think that's kind of the spirit of science. Is like
Science
it's not a
is
doctrine. It's just it's taking in data, and you can ascribe meaning to it, but it's descriptive, not prescriptive. It doesn't say anything necessarily about what we ought to do. Humans
there's
do
no
things based on science, just like they do
science.
things based on religion.
No
But
science.
science is not like a religion. It's a whole different like thing in a way to observe the world. I don't think it
Science
has
doesn't.
anything to say about how we even though I'm science as a phenomenon, especially in the capitalist society of the United States, there's so many issues that come with the
Science.
the agents involved
Science.
and the money involved in.
Science.
So
Science does not go against religion or the Bible. Science is a study of process. How does the thing work? It's a
right,
physical. How
it's
does
a
it work? It has
description. It's
nothing
like
to do with
here's how what
it.
thing does.
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
totally it has nothing to do with it.
I
So
think,
I want to
Diva,
ask you something. Oh boy,
I just threw that
hold
in
on,
there.
hold on, hold
That's
on.
my ADHD. But
Don't
go ahead. Good.
don't change the subject yet. In Diva, in the case of someone finding peace through God's forgiveness, I think is good for some people that have gone through like a bad situation, like R, you know, like they were victim of some crime. I think in those cases, I see the benefit of having this supposed uh, forgiveness and feel good coming from God. But I don't think it's beneficial to use it for every single situation. Apart from that,
Yeah.
it seems to me that you can also duplicate this good feeling without a God because I've seen it myself.
Right. Same here.
I can give you an example, Diva. I'm gonna do a live stream about this sometime, but I came up with this I call it a therapy that I can assist some people in getting rid of traumatic situations. And I remember the first time I dared to use this on someone, it was a friend of mine, a girl, a friend of mine. I remember when I mentioned her ex-boyfriend, she would start crying immediately and get her hands together to her chest. I mean, she was in a really traumatic situation. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna try this on her. I don't care. I don't think there's gonna be anything wrong with that. But she needs some peace. Anything, she cannot go through life like this. She's very, very deep trauma. Like, who cries by mentioning someone's name? So
right.
I did this therapy on her. It took me like 15 minutes. And by the time I was done, she was laughing every time I mentioned the guy's name. And she could ask me, she was asking me over and over again, what did you do to me? I'm like, I don't know, but whatever it was, it works. And
That's crazy.
she went to peace. And whenever I see her, she's like, man, Javier, thank you. And she started bringing other people to do the same thing. And, but yeah, so it had the same effect. And I thought that that was extremely interesting without a God in 15 minutes. So,
Okay.
you know, I think it seems to me, Diva, that even the subject of God, there is something there because I see extremely
Right.
similarities between the Father, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus with the thoughts, the feelings, and the actions of human beings. There is something there. That's why I don't discount the God. I say there's a probability. I don't think it's the God of the Bible, but probably it's some other type of intelligence that
That you
designed
don't know
and
about.
programmed this that we don't know about. The
So
God
then
of the
how would
Bible, the God of the Bible, we put the labels. The other God that we don't know, we have to discover. By me accepting the God of the Bible, I'm accepting someone else's definition of God. I don't accept it. I think God is bigger than the God of the
Right.
Bible.
As soon as you label something, you run the risk of misunderstanding what it is.
Correct. Correct.
so so if God was true and the way he revealed himself by being a human, having all eyewitnesses, the Bible has been around, has been, just went through and studied and attacked and all that. If God is real, how would he show himself to the world to have a relationship with him? You're going to say it'd be
Who
different than how
knows?
the God of the
Who
Bible did?
knows?
I mean, the God
Who
of the
knows,
Bible,
Diva? I'm not claiming to know.
And also, I
you
would
can't
ask myself,
trust
what
him.
would be
People
God's
feel like
God?
it's obvious. People feel like it's obvious. I
I
don't
think
think it's so
also,
obvious.
I think there's also going to be people that are going to be asking, what's God's motivation to do this? What for? What is
Love
he
That's
him,
what
need
I
of?
want to know. Yeah, it's like if
love
it's
him,
true, this is an
love him,
insane system. That's you're
love
not
him,
being told the truth by this
love him,
deity. But
love him.
that's just like in the weeds of my perspective of it. But
Old boy, let me ask you this. Where were you 35 years ago?
a non-existent.
Now you experience consciousness, life, family, love, relationship, the beautiful sky, all laughter, everything,
Pretty
hearing,
dope. The earth is pretty
smell,
dope. The earth is pretty
okay?
crazy.
And it's just all,
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So these are beautiful gifts that whoever created us gave to us. So
You're
right there,
assuming you're assuming a creator right off the gate. I don't even
He
know if that is the case.
and he also
but you
gave us
said that,
the he also gave us the
we're not, hold
hurricanes,
on.
the tornadoes, the black
That's
mambas.
called begging the question. If you want to talk about philosophy or logic,
So,
that's called
so if
begging
there's,
that's a
hold
fallacy
on.
called begging
So
the
if there's,
question. You're assuming it's created.
this is the
I have
problem with
no
you guys.
idea how I could fathom
So,
if it is or isn't.
so if there's no creator, what's the other option it is then?
We gotta
I
find
don't
out.
know. That is the
No,
answer. That is the answer we keep
logically,
coming to with me in Clearwaters is we're still trying to
if there's,
figure that out.
what I'm saying
We
is there's
don't
either a
know.
creator or everything, nothing created everything. It's all an accident.
You
What other third choice?
You're putting that dichotomy out there, but is it those
Again,
two
give me a
options?
third choice. Give me a third choice. If there's no creator and everything
I
is just an
can't.
accident.
You're not understanding that I cannot. I love that we're coming
You
back to this though, because this is important. Like,
know what I'm
I,
saying? You're not giving me.
you can't fathom that I can accept that I am in a stage of ignorance that I
What
can't
I'm at,
escape right now. And
what
I
I'm
have to be
asking for.
honest with the fact that I'm stuck here and maybe I'll move forward or maybe I won't. But I can't right now with the data I'm given. I'm being told all these things, but I'm not going to be hasty to choose one. And a lifetime is not long enough to make that decision, in my opinion.
Do human beings have
Unfortunately.
do human beings have intrinsic value that it doesn't matter their
Oh God.
age, doesn't matter their handicap, or or is value based on how good they are or if they're bad or whatever? Do human
I
beings
don't
have
know.
intrinsic value?
I
Yes
don't
or no?
know. I
So
don't
if
know.
somebody murders someone, would you say that's good or you say I don't
That's not
care
good.
or you
That's not
bad?
good. But
Why?
that's based on
If
an
there's
emotion.
no
That's both based on my feeling.
no, but if there's no intrinsic value of a human being, it doesn't matter. We're just animals that kill each other. It doesn't matter if there's no
What do you
value.
mean it doesn't matter? It does matter. Like you would care if
Why
someone
does it matter?
imagine a world
Why
with
does
no
it
God. Imagine this world is as it exists but without a God. Can you do
does it
that?
does it
Can you exist in that hypothetical?
does it
Diva?
matter if a lion kills a gazelle? Does it matter to you?
Well, I'll go there, Diva, but will you entertain my thought experiment here?
Sure, but I want you to understand where I'm coming from. The fact
I
that
know where you're coming from.
yeah,
I'm trying to get you to understand that I do.
that's evidence of a God. The fact that there's
No, it's
more
not.
absolutes and that human beings have a value that doesn't come from how good they
You're
are,
assuming there's an intrinsic value. I don't know that there is. We just established that.
then
I can't
if
agree
there's
with
no
you on that.
okay, then you have to be honest. You have to be honest. If there's no
I'm not
intrinsic value,
saying that there isn't. I'm
then
not
there's
saying that there is. I'm
nothing.
saying I do not know. If it isn't, then that sucks. Or maybe it
How do
doesn't.
you
Maybe the fact that there's
how
intrinsic value is
use your
problematic.
God, use your conscience, use your experience.
I
Does a
use my
person?
conscience, and life is pretty decent.
What I'm saying is, use your
I don't know
conscience.
where it
Use your
comes from,
feelings.
Diva. I don't claim to know where it comes from. You're claiming to know where our
Is
sense
it?
of right and wrong comes from. I'm saying I don't know,
I'm not saying you
and you
don't
can't
know. I'm
accept that.
saying
You can't accept
no.
that.
No, I'm asking you to be honest with if it's there or
I'm
not.
being 100% honest with you. I'm just
So
being
is
as
it?
straightforward as
So
I possibly can.
is it absolutely evil for someone to unalive a
I don't know
3-year-old?
if evil exists. You're using the word evil. You got that from a book you read
Is it?
or your
Is it?
your religion.
Is it?
I don't know if evil's a thing.
Is it bad? Is it bad? Is it always
Sure,
bad
bad.
for?
I can go with bad.
Fine. Is it
What?
always bad for a 3-year-old toddler to be unalive for no reason? Is that always bad?
Baby's dying bad.
Why? If it's not
Because I like baby.
okay, but does it have
Baby
any
good.
value? So
Baby make me feel good.
okay, so
Baby is next generation of humanity.
I got okay. Listen, so let
Like
me
it's
ask you a
that simple,
question.
Diva. It's that
Let me ask you
simple.
a question. Let me ask you a question. I got a machete. I chop the head of lettuce. I chop
Why
off
do
the
you
head.
like this analogy? I'm having problems with
Listen,
your sense of right and wrong,
let me
maybe.
get the question
You
out.
could have come up with a less harsh example, but okay, what?
Let me get the
Chopping
question
up
out. I
babies
got a
now.
machete. I got a machete. I chop the head of lettuce. I chop the cow's head. I chop a child's head off. Is there a
Oh,
difference
this is
between
very. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is
is
a
there a
crazy
difference?
scenario.
Is there a difference between those
Yes,
three?
yes.
What's
In
the
my mind, there's
difference?
a difference.
Why is there a
There's
difference though?
gradients of difference. There might be gradients of difference depending on how you feel about a sentient cow, but all of them bad. The lettuce not so bad. It doesn't have a nervous system. That's kind of my perspective, but someone
Right?
else would have a completely different
It's
framework.
just matter and energy, right? It's just matter, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
What?
It's just matter, right? It's just matter and
No, I'm
energy.
saying no. I said nervous system. I said the plant doesn't have a nervous system, so like it can't feel pain. It doesn't have the same sense experiences maybe like a mammal does.
Can the cow
Definitely a
feel pain?
baby. Like a baby is a human. That's like I all bad. Like cow bad, baby bad,
So what I'm
lettuce
saying
maybe okay.
is you're living in a Christian world, living by Christian rules, but you say the Christian God
You're
don't
claiming
exist.
it's coming from that's the interesting thing. You're claiming it's Christian. I'm making the argument. I don't know. It maybe
But
could be. I could be wrong, but I think what's more
follow the
likely is
evidence.
that this is how I naturally feel. This is my nature, and I don't know where my nature comes from. I'm not claiming to have the knowledge of it. I just know this is the way that I am, and a majority of people on Earth feel the same way. They all feel like it comes from some sort of code of ethics they developed. I think it's something that came out of nature that we can't yet explain. Maybe science could,
Nature.
but I don't. I'm not going there.
Diva,
Again, nature, there's no good and evil in nature. There's no good and evil in
You're
nature. What are
saying
you
good
talking
and evil
about?
came from the Bible, bro. That's a thing you made up. You made
Bad
that
and
up. Your
good.
people made
So
that up.
bad and good.
Diva,
Fine, you're right. It
let
doesn't
me
matter. Bad and
let me
good. Is there any bad and good in nature?
okay, let me ask you something.
Yes,
Let me
it
ask you
comes from
something.
what I deem bad and good. I feel in my emotions.
Let me ask you something, Diva. Let's say
Sure.
you give an
It's that simple.
example with a kid. Let me ask you something. Imagine that you are in your house close with your family, and there's a pandemic going on right now. But this is a
Okay.
brutal one. You cannot
Yep.
go out the door.
Okay.
Okay.
You will
Now
die.
you're looking through the window and you see a baby in a diaper walking on the sidewalk in front of your house.
Hmm.
You know that that baby has no parents. Probably they kick him out of the house or something because he got infected. And you know that kid is going to die
This
if
is
someone
awful.
doesn't open the door and let him into their house. So he's walking right your alley. He's coming right in front of your door, and you have your entire family inside the house, and you're right behind the door. Are you going to open the door and let that baby in?
Of course.
Even though it's gonna it's
Man,
gonna wipe out
it
your
could kill
entire
your whole
family.
family, and it might be already gonna die.
Are you
Well,
gonna open the
I'm
door
not
and let?
scared of
It's
death.
infected. It might be infected.
I trust God and I'm not scared of death. So
But Diva,
Oh,
don't bother
wow.
me.
in reality,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
it seems to me that
Why? You're scared?
most
Are you scared of death?
likely, no,
No,
Are you
what
that's
scared?
fascinating to me, Diva. I don't know that there is something right or wrong with what you just said, but it's fascinating to me. I
I
couldn't take that
used to
same
be
leap.
scared of death. I used to be scared of death. Now, am I scared of dying? Of course. I don't want it to be painful. Of
but
course,
you're not
but
gonna even
Right. I've been there.
you're
I've
not
been there,
you're
Diva. I
not
might have said the same thing. I might have
you're
said the same thing not too long ago in my
you're
life.
not gonna even turn around and ask your family what they think.
You
well, I
wouldn't
would tell
consult
him
with your
get.
wife?
I would tell him get in the room and shut the door.
No, because you're gonna get
Whatever. They say
infected.
get whatever. Then I'll
So
go
you're making the
outside and I'll
choice. You
take
wouldn't
the
talk it out.
baby.
You wouldn't
Fine.
talk it through with
You're right.
anybody?
You know what? You're right. I'll go outside and I'll take the baby and I'll go somewhere else. I'll leave the family there. You're right. No problem.
I'm
And
just saying you
then
wouldn't talk it through. You wouldn't do what we're doing here, deliberating about it with like your family, whoever's
I,
I would
I
in the
leave.
think
shelter with
I
you or
would
whatever.
leave.
I think
I would
at
leave the
least
family. Listen
you
to me.
know
I would leave the family in the house. I would go out and I would stay out and I would let the family stay in the house and I would get the baby and I would do what I can to take care of the baby or whatever
it seems to me,
outside.
Diva, if you ask me the same question, probably I stay
Mm.
quiet for 10 seconds at least, analyze the situation, and I'll probably respond that I will talk to my family to see what they think. At least consider their opinion because I'm gonna affect them whatever they do if I let the baby in or if I go outside and take care of the baby, knowing that I'm probably most
Yeah, they
likely
have
going
a
to
say.
die.
Their lives are at stake. Their lives are at
Well,
stake
you know what?
immediately as soon as you
You know
see that
what?
baby.
No one loves me more than God. And I love God more than anyone because I wouldn't have any family
I'm
or
glad you
anything
have a
without
thing
God.
that gives you that confidence. I don't have that thing.
Because
I don't
Yeah,
know if I
because I
could
had a
make that decision.
and
hold
I might
on,
just
besides
leave
hold
that
on,
baby out there.
and besides
hold on.
that,
Because I had a
hold
personal
on. Just
experience
I'm
with
gonna say
God. That's
just
the
one more
only reason
thing,
why.
Diva. I
That's it.
think if you present this same scenario to let's say 10,000 people, I think
Sure.
probably more than half of them are not going to be very happy with your decision. Probably there's going to be some people that are going to think
I'm
you're
probably leaving the
inconsiderate.
baby, to be honest.
I bet you ask true Christians, they would side with my answer. If you
They
gave them
would
a choice,
they,
if you said you can leave that baby out, or you could go out there and risk it and save the
It's
baby and leave your
what's
family
insane,
there.
Diva, is we are just throwing this clear waters. That's why I hate these extreme
I
examples
answered it.
because it's like
I answered
I
it.
cannot put my mind. You answered it. I can't
Yeah.
answer it. That's what I'm saying here. I'm saying I could. This question is so big. I could not fathom what my mind
Hey,
state would be in that
hey, let
moment.
me,
and
hey,
I
besides
can't
listen,
answer that question right
let me,
here outside of.
and besides
let me,
that, I
hold
think
on,
But you
we can
can
give
with
an answer
confidence because
here.
of your
hold
religion.
on,
That's insane.
We can give
hold
an
on, let
answer
me,
here, and we can give another answer when the real situation comes up.
hold on, let me bring it back to what Jesus said. Jesus said, there is no greater love than one who lays his life down for his friends.
I know this. I know I know
Okay,
why you would do it, Diva.
okay,
There's no misunderstanding.
so I'm
I know
already,
why you would do it.
listen, let me give you an example. If I was in a store with Chat GPT is in the
I
store
don't
with,
want to go
No,
toe to
no,
toe with
no,
the. We
no,
did a
no,
whole
no.
thing with the
Hold,
Muslims.
hold
no, no,
on,
We
Diva,
don't.
Diva. I'm gonna
no,
expand.
listen,
I'm gonna expand a little bit
okay,
more on that same
let me just say this.
situation.
Give me
Hold
10
on.
seconds. Give me 10
Hold,
seconds.
no, no, hold
Just give me
on. No,
10
no,
seconds.
don't change the subject because the same
I'm not changing.
situation.
It's the same subject. I'm not
Okay, go
changing the
ahead.
subject.
Go ahead.
If me and Chat GPT were in a store and there was a guy robbing it and he was going to shoot us, I would jump in front of Chat GPT because I know where I'm going and I know he's not saved. So it doesn't matter if it's a baby or Chat GPT or an atheist. I know where I'm going. I would rather
I'm
have
sorry.
me
I
go
assumed where you were going
over
with that.
him.
I did not expect where
No,
Okay,
you
no,
was
no,
so
going
no.
with that. Okay.
let's go
I'm
back
Relax.
to
sorry.
the
It's
same
Diva. This is
let's go
Diva.
back to the same scenario about the baby walking in
Okay.
front of the house in the
Hit
pandemic,
me.
okay?
Hit me.
Now,
Hit me.
you are going to open the door and you're going to let the baby in because of God,
No, I
right?
said I'll go outside. I'll
There's
go
so many
Okay,
movies
outside and
okay,
about
protect my
this.
okay,
family.
so you go outside and
There's
you
so
pick
many
up the
movies
baby,
like
right?
this.
Because Jesus, because God, right?
Because that's a human being who I want to love and make sure that they have the best, that they're not, you know what I'm saying? I want to take care of them and make sure that I'm
That's
with them.
not what you said at the beginning.
What do you
Right.
mean?
You said
What did I
something
say?
else that you mentioned God and you mentioned Jesus. Now you said
Huh?
something that didn't say anything about God and Jesus. You gave two different answers.
You changed your answer with new information about maybe you should consider what the people
You
in the
know, I
shelter
think Diva,
think.
you suspect what I'm going to say.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think you suspect what I'm going to say because
Like you
you
know
changed
where
your
he's
answer.
going, right?
Yeah, I think you
Ask
know
me.
where I'm
Ask me.
going.
I don't know. Ask me.
Why did you change your answer? Why this one doesn't include God and Jesus?
It does include God and Jesus.
You
This is
didn't
why
mention
I
God
That's
and
went to.
so
Jesus.
fascinating, Clearwaters. That is so
Did you get
fascinating.
that?
I
What's
My
I
that?
sus
motivation
I
is
suspect.
because I'm saved. Is because
No, Diva, I suspect that you know what I'm going to say, and you decided, at this time I'm gonna refrain from
no,
mentioning God and Jesus.
no. Everything I do has God with me.
Okay,
That's
so
what's
going
wrong.
back to this scenario about the baby, why would you do it?
Yeah. Why would I do it? Because it's a little baby and it's innocent and it shouldn't,
I'm
nothing,
willing to make the argument. I'm not calling you any sort of label
No,
like a
no.
liar.
Oh boy, if you don't mind, let him finish, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I interrupt. I have a problem with that. I'm sorry.
You were
Yeah,
saying,
because of my faith in Jesus, because I value life, because I want to love people and care for people. Of course, I would do that. I would leave. I had to think about it because I wouldn't want to hurt my family, but I would go out, leave the family there, and I would do it. That's
okay,
what I
let
would
me
do.
let me rephrase my question. Optimally,
All right.
why would you do it?
Because that baby needs someone. That baby needs someone. That baby
Yes.
is by itself. He
So
needs somebody. He's
it's
all his
not
own.
the reason mainly and optimally is not because of God.
It's because you care about your family, bro.
No. Hold on, hold
No,
on,
that is
hold
not my
on, hold
family.
on. I
That is
think
not
he's
my family.
Sorry.
silent. I
Yeah,
think
I'm ruining this. I'm ruining.
I think his silent is talking for him.
Because of my faith in Jesus, he changes me to love others more.
So
That's
optimally, you're doing it for Jesus, or because of
I'm
Jesus.
doing it because I love Jesus and I love people. So that's why I would do it. Obviously,
So optimally, you would do it because you love Jesus and you love people.
people. Yeah, that's the first and second commandment.
So
Love God with all your heart,
your
soul, mind,
love
and
for
spirit.
Jesus
Love your
is at the
neighbor as
same
yourself.
level as this love for people.
No, it's second. It's the second commandment. The first commandment
So
is love
then
God.
the love of people will not be optimally the reason why you're doing it. It will be the love for Jesus. I'm trying to understand.
You're mixing it up. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. I'm still doing it because I love God, but I love people, of course.
At the same
So what's
level.
the problem? What's the
I
not at the
I
same level?
think I think that if I get to do something for the baby in that situation, it would be only for myself.
Right. Sure. That's what it would have to be because you're all by yourself.
No, I don't think I don't think I explained myself well. I'm gonna do it for reasons for myself
How would you going out there possibly getting contaminated and dying, how would that help you? How would that help
because
you?
I'm gonna explain to you why. Because of
It
this
redeems you.
same process that I'm explaining on these live streams. I'm gonna analyze the situation and I'm gonna decide which one is gonna feel good to me. If being alive, knowing that I let a baby die, or go outside and die with the baby so the baby doesn't die alone. And I consider both, and I think I'm gonna feel more horrible if I let the baby outside dying by itself. So I think that's gonna feel better for me. I'm gonna decide
So
to
we
do that.
come so we came to the same conclusion. So what's the problem?
That you're doing the same thing.
Right. We came to the same
There's no
conclusion. So
No,
problem.
no,
what
no,
There's
is
no
no,
it?
no,
problem. It's
no.
a hard question. It's
You're
a hard
It
doing
is a
it.
hard
question.
You're
question.
doing it
Of
because
course
of
it's a
the
hard
same
question.
process. You're doing it
Here's
because
another
of the
hard
same
We're
question.
going
process.
through the same thing.
Here's another
We're
hard
going through the
question,
same thing
Javier.
regardless of if a
Javier,
God exists.
Javier, you have kids?
No, hold on, hold on. You're
Let
doing
me ask
Let
you
him
a
it.
let
question.
him
You're
let him
you're
fin- let him finish. Let him finish.
you're doing it because of the same process I just explained to you. You're not doing it for the God. You're doing it because if you do something that you know God is not going to be happy with you, you're not going to be happy. So you think that God is going to be more happy with you if you take care of that baby, then you're going to feel good if God feels good. You are doing exactly the
He's
same
asking you,
thing that I'm
Diva.
doing.
Be honest, Diva.
I know what he's saying, but
Does where you stand in God's eyes matter in this situation? Be
let me
somewhere in the
let me
front of your mind.
let me
What
try to
God will
explain it.
think of your decision.
Of course, but let me explain to you, and then again,
Right.
you understand because you haven't
That's
been
where
born
he's
again.
going, though. That's the only place he was going there.
No, it's fine. I got you. I know what you're saying. So you haven't actually experienced God in real time, real in a moment in time, personally. where
I
God
felt like I
changes
have.
whatever. Okay,
Me
but
personally, I felt like I have.
and you still could, right? There's still time, and maybe you did, but whatever. But
I'm open to anything. I'm open
I'll
to
just
anything.
I'll just say this: when you actually know, so it's not like I believe the stove is hot. I touch it. I know it's hot. I don't believe God exists.
Yeah,
I know God. That's the difference. When you
sure.
know,
If I could
so
ever say
when
that, that'd be insane. But sure.
right, I agree. I can't believe it myself. It's been 5 years. But anyway, when you know God saved you, when you know God is real, when you
Sure.
know you've been forgiven, when you know you actually have eternal life, that is not the fertilizer
I
pit.
felt like I
That
knew. Can you buy
hold
that,
on,
Diva? Can
hold
you
on.
buy
I
that? I
said,
felt like I knew as much as you feel like you know.
hold on, hold on. Do you hear what I said? When you know these
Yeah, I heard
things,
what you said.
that changes you completely to where you
I
want to
felt
love
changed
others.
completely. I felt changed completely, but you don't think it's the
Oh,
same
God.
thing you have.
I
You don't
think
think it's the same
No.
thing you have.
I
Hold on,
think
hold on,
Diva.
hold on, hold on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. I got
Am I
interrupted. I
wrong,
didn't.
Diva? I'm just scudding to the
I
chase. You're still doing your exposition, but just like, am I
no.
not hitting? Am I not hitting what you're talking about?
First of all,
On
I
my
don't know
answer?
what you. I don't know what you experienced, and I haven't learned about that.
I'm
So
not
I'm
gonna
not.
sit here. I'm not gonna give a testimony of when I thought I believed in God and why.
Uh,
What I'm
I just
saying is
want
that
you to. I want you to give me the benefit of the doubt that I had a profound experience, maybe as profound as.
uh, oh boy,
But I don't think you can
sure. I
admit it.
don't know.
oh
I don't
boy,
know. I
and
never said you
Diva,
didn't. What I'm
and
saying
Diva.
is, hold on.
Sorry,
I think
sorry.
it's his answer. So when I know God, He saved me. He changed me. He's real. I have eternal life. There's all knowledge. Okay. How would that not change my perspective on how to love people, want to save people, want to
It
give
surely
blood
would.
that
It
baby?
surely would.
It would.
Uh,
Okay. So that's why it's not because I'm pleasing God, but actually I want to please
Maybe
God.
it is. At the
If
end of the day, you're
if
heading toward. No matter the reason, no matter the route, Diva. Clearwater's main point of this channel stands that you're headed toward a good feeling. It's that simple. But
it's
for you, it's got to be more profound than that.
it seems to me, I have a question and something to mention. Charles Oliver is asking you, Diva, would Diva save the baby if God told him not to do so?
See, that's a good question. Yeah, that's great. It's an like
if
counter scenario.
if okay, there's demons and there's whatever. But if God actually I knew it was God, I would listen to him because if I knew it was
Oh,
God.
in
But
in your
but
mind,
that
you
would
would
be
know. Like, yeah, you would know.
yes, I
God
would
telling
know.
you
What I'm
this.
saying is I don't believe God would do that. And I haven't heard of, I haven't seen it in my life or
I mean,
okay,
it's in the
so
Bible, right?
But if you know
He tells
no,
that
people to kill people.
if you confirm that that is God, okay, and he tells you not to save the baby, what would you do?
I would if I knew it was God, I would listen to God because that baby would probably be obviously be going to heaven and that'd be fine with me. That'd be fine because God's in control
You will
of
not
everything.
save the baby.
Because like again,
I still can't answer the question personally. I don't know
if
what
it
I would
was
do.
God, like I said, I'm just saying, if it was 100% God, he's right, and I would allow, and he would take care of the baby. He would heal the baby. He would bring the
But
baby to
but
where he's at. So
you
I got
know
no
that
problem.
that presents a problem, right?
Why? You would go against God if he told you something?
No,
Would do
because
anything for God.
someone could point out that your emotional goal or importance or priority just changed. Before, God was gonna be happy if I say the baby, but now he's not gonna be happy if I say the baby. Now he's gonna be happy if I don't save the baby. So whatever makes God happy, I'm gonna be happy with that. So
Yeah, in
I'm
that
not gonna
moment,
save the
Diva, you
baby.
can't predict what God will ask of you if he did come to you in that moment and you knew
Uh,
it was
I
him. You
would,
can't
if
predict. He could ask you to do
if I
something you
knew it
couldn't
was
even fathom
him,
right now.
if I knew it was him, I would listen 100% and do what he says.
And
but
so, in the hypothetical, well, of Clearwater's
but
hypothetical,
You know what I'm saying?
someone could say
I know what you're saying.
that your emotional priorities just change. That's it.
Right.
Do you think that
Going against
person
God is
do you
going
think that
against
person will
God
be
is a
wrong?
sin. Going against God is a
And
sin. Now,
how do you feel about sinning against God?
Would you
I
sacrifice
I
your
never want to
salvation so
sin
that other
again.
people could be?
It will
I
make you
never
feel
want to sin against God.
bad if you sin
My
against
goal,
God.
my goal every day is to never sin ever. That's my
But
goal.
in
Not
that
when
case,
I
Right.
if
sin,
you
I'll
don't
be okay.
listen to
If I sin,
God, you're gonna feel bad.
Well, no, God is the one who is in charge, the manager, the CEO of my life. He's more
Yeah,
wiser than me.
but no,
He's
no,
more
no, no,
wiser
no,
than
no,
you.
no,
He's
you're
more wiser than
avoiding,
you. He's more
Diva,
wiser
you
than me.
are avoiding the question.
I'm answering the question.
No, I don't think you are. I'm not trying to
What?
force you, or to get you into a
You don't like
gotcha
my answer.
situation.
You don't like my answer, but go ahead. Ask me. I mean,
If
you don't like
you
my answer, but
sin against God, how are you going to feel?
horrible, guilty. I'd feel
Yeah,
horrible.
so of course.
Yeah.
So if God tells you not to save the baby and you do it anyway, you're gonna sin against
And your
God
inclinations to
and
save the
you're
baby.
not gonna feel good.
But what you don't understand is, can God raise a baby and heal a baby and make a baby
But
clear and raise it from the dead? Can God do that?
we'll still
Can God
gotta talk.
raise
Right.
the baby?
We
He
still
can.
gotta
Oh,
talk about how you feeling about sinning against God.
I already answered that question.
You're gonna feel bad. And that is the
Right.
reason why you're not gonna save the baby, because you don't want to feel bad.
Well, God is wiser, and I don't want to go against God.
Because
Maybe God,
you're gonna feel
maybe,
bad.
maybe God wants to, heal the baby himself.
This
I mean,
decision still points
so
to your
again,
feelings.
Just
we're
want to
talking
feel
about what
good at the
God
end of
is
the day.
telling me to do. We're talking about what God is telling me to do. That has nothing to do with feelings.
No,
That's what
but
Pleasing
God is
God
telling me.
makes you the most happy, is what you're saying. Pleasing God
yes.
is what brings you
And
the
yes,
most good feeling. I shouldn't say happiness. I should say the good
Oh
feeling,
boy.
as Clear Waters would put it.
yes,
Oh
and
boy.
you cannot.
If God is real, wouldn't you want to please him if he's real, if he's telling you to do the right thing
Right,
that will
but
give you more
right, but
happiness?
but Clearwaters finds it interesting that it's an emotional relationship we have with God.
Then this is
Why
not.
is it an
Every
This is
emotional
not.
relationship,
relationship?
every
This is not a.
relationship is an emotional
This is not
relationship.
a. So this is not about the
What are you
baby,
talking about?
and
Are
this,
you mannequins?
no, no, hold
Are you
on.
mannequins?
This is not
What are you
about the
talking about?
baby, and this is not about God. This is about your feelings.
We
Yes,
all have
it's
feelings.
obvious to me, but
We all have
I don't
feelings.
know
So what's
how
the
I.
problem? What's the problem? We all have feelings. What's the issue? Where's your gotcha? There's no gotcha.
That the whatever
What do
we're
you mean?
doing
There's no
is
gotcha.
we're no,
Yeah,
it's not
what is the
gotcha.
question?
It's
What
not
do
a
you mean no
gotcha,
gotcha, Diva? What do you mean?
Diva. Only thing
Have
I'm
any
pointing
feelings. I'm
out,
a human being.
the
I'm a
only thing
human
that
being
I'm
with feelings.
the only thing that I'm pointing out is that in your decision making, the most important thing is the feeling, not the God and not the
No,
baby.
it's to do what
That's the
God
only
wants.
thing that Clearwaters is
It's to do
saying,
what
and
God
you
wants.
pleasing. But why do
It's
you
to
do what
do
God wants? Why do you do what God wants?
because God is holy, just, right, and he's
And
wiser
it
than me.
makes you feel good.
And
But
again, we all feel good. So
you
let's
think
make some
he's
sense.
right and just, but he makes what is right and just and everything. But he makes you do things that you might feel bad about.
I think
Again, the hypothetical
But it's
question would
just and
never
right
even
because he
happen.
said so.
So how many times does God speak to someone where there's a child outside dying? How many times do you think that happens in the universe?
Who knows? People
Once every
make claims all the time.
I
I mean, you see what
think
I'm
I don't
saying?
know.
I think
So let me
mainly.
ask you a question. Javier, let me
It's a
ask you a question
hypothetical
then.
though. It's a
Mhm.
I
hypothetical. I
answered
don't think
and I answered. Did I answer well? Did I not answer well?
I
Did I
think
answer
I
you made it
clearly?
think
clear. You made
I
Clearwater's point
I
abundantly clear.
yes,
Yeah,
I
it's not about
think
feelings. It's not
no,
about
no.
feelings.
It's all about feeling.
I think in your answer, in your honest answer, you're doing the same thing as I'm doing. I'm taking my decision based on emotions.
We're
Period.
humans. This is how we do things.
Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to point out. This is not
Right.
about a God. We take the same decision based on how we feel.
So we
God just
agree.
fits the glove for
We,
Diva.
so we agree. Okay. Now let me ask you a
God
question,
just fits
Javier.
the glove for you, Diva. God doesn't fit
Javier.
the glove for everybody. You can't fathom that. That's the
No,
interesting thing to me.
Guys,
You can't
he
10,
step
10
does.
outside of
more
yourself.
10 more
He
minutes and we're
does.
done with this live stream.
Okay,
I
sorry.
forgot the
This
time
is
is.
my personal qualm. This is my personal qualm with Diva about this subject. Is
So
I just
you
want you to
so
be able to see outside of yourself. Like you can't fathom that this could be the case,
so out of all the possible
and you could be
knowledge,
wrong.
so out of the, of course, out of
Okay,
all
I mean that's
possible,
all I really want. Like when I come here is Diva like assuming that like this is all adding up and making sense what Clearwaters is saying, and he's not saying he's just making simple observation of how people operate. But it took him 50 years or however old he is to like come to this conclusion, which is insane. It's such a simple thing, but it took this long for the only person I found on the internet to say this. I haven't found anyone else saying what Clearwaters is saying. That's why his channel's so alluring to me.
Okay, but how did I answer the question wrong?
I think that's why it's
don't know.
alluring to you. That's why you keep
It's
coming back to you. Because Clearwaters is doing something that you haven't encountered.
thank
Well,
you,
you know
old
what?
boy.
I-
Thank you. If you allow me
I'll-
to answer the question, Diva. Thank you, old boy, for saying that, for pointing that out. Diva, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I think that's that's what I'm trying
Just
to
trying
tell
to-
you.
yeah.
It's it's in your decision making to do something. We're doing exactly the same thing. I'm doing it without a God, and you're doing it with a God. We're doing the
I-
same human process of taking data in the situation,
I
feeling
never
something,
said that.
and then taking action.
I never said that you couldn't make the same decision not believing in God. I never said that. That was never my point. I never
Yeah,
said that.
yeah, I
You
understand,
asked
but
me.
you
You asked me a specific question, and I answered it. So
what I'm saying is that in the same scenario, I'm taking a decision based on how I feel about the data I have in front of me of the situation, the kid, my family, and everything, and how I feel is what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do. You're doing the exact same thing. You're deciding to do an
fine.
action based in the data, in the baby, and the God. But the
Okay.
final
Sorry, I won't
decision
interrupt.
is based on how you feel.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, how I
It's
feel, because
not
I'm not a
because
human
of the
being.
God, it's not because of the baby, it's
It is
because
because
how
of the
you
God.
feel.
You
No,
feel
it
that
is
it's
because
part
of the
of that
God.
it's the God, Diva. That's what I want you to admit is it's just your opinion that it is the God. And you think you know. It's not just you believe for you.
But
For
you
you, it's
know.
you know. You have
But
the
I do
revelation,
know.
the
But
divine
I do know.
revelation.
But
The
what you're telling me, you know.
Yes.
You're telling me you know, though, right?
I don't know anything, Diva. That's what I'm saying
in
here. I'm
in
like, you can't fact. I
in
haven't come to any conclusion. You
Well,
have
then
come
why
to
are you
this
telling?
conclusion.
No,
I
no.
haven't come to any.
You're telling me I'm wrong.
no
So
no
that
I'm
means you
telling you to
believe.
consider that maybe you are wrong. I don't know that you're wrong. I'm
yeah,
telling you maybe consider because
I,
I've been where you have.
I don't
Okay.
I
So what
think
used
I'm
to be a
saying
Christian.
is,
in
you
my
I used to be a
opinion,
Christian.
you aren't a Christian
in my
because if you
opinion,
are,
it's
you
not that you're
Christian.
wrong, Diva. It's not that you're wrong. It seems to me that you are conveniently moving away from trying to understand something about your humanity because you feel afraid that if you go and analysis this process, you're gonna come to the conclusion that, hey, you know what, I think I'm creating this God in my head,
I
and
create
you
this
don't
God in
want
my
that.
head. So you reject my personal experience. You don't have to believe me, but you're saying I'm making it up. I'm
Well,
No,
do you
wasting.
no,
think
no,
that
no,
could
I'm
be the case,
wasting.
Diva?
Hold on,
no.
hold on.
Well,
Let
I
me
would.
talk. You guys like to jump. I said 10 seconds.
Sorry,
I
it's
can't
two of
even
us.
get
It
it
is
out.
two of us in agreement here. So go ahead, Diva.
I've
Sorry.
been patiently listening to both of you. So what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, so I a normal. Do you think I'm a smart, logical human being? I mean, am I? Do I sound like a dummy? You
No.
No,
know.
I wouldn't be talking to you if I thought you were dumb. I'm
Okay.
talking to you because I
So
think you can
so
conceive what Clearwaters is
so
talking
you got
about. That's why I'm
so you
talking
got
to you.
me. So you got me, who has my personal experience that you won't know. Okay. And yet I'm gonna waste my time talking to people that will never believe me. Waste
I don't
hours and
think that.
hours and hours and hours. For
No, I
what am
think
I
you're
gaining?
here for the same reason I'm here. I think there's
What am
something
I
to what
gaining?
Clearwaters is saying.
No. You're not here for the same reason. What am I gaining from talking to people that don't believe anything
I
I
don't
say?
know.
Won't
I don't
what
presume to
am I?
know.
But I mean, does that make sense? Why would I waste my time many times a day talking to
This is
people
an
that
interesting
won't get it?
conversation. This is a meaningful conversation about the nature of humans.
It seems to me, to answer your
And it's on
question,
your phone. It's on your phone. It's on your computer. It's just right in front.
Diva, it seems to
Before I
me
It's a
became a
nice.
Christian,
to
before I
answer
became a
your
Christian, I would have never talked to any of you. I wouldn't have been on here talking about anything.
it seems
I
to
wouldn't have.
me that
Right.
you're finding a possibility of something of value here emotionally from explaining to people and expressing your smartness, your
Why?
intelligence to
Why?
someone
No,
else.
what the truth
Why
is,
do
what the
you like
truth.
this channel, Diva? Why do you come? Why do you keep
Well, I'll
coming
tell you,
back?
good question. I'll
You
tell you why.
started out kind of harsh and thinking everyone was like just dumb and not hearing you, but you keep coming back and you have good discussion.
Let me tell you why. So the few first discussions I had with Javier about free will and a couple of things, I mean, I'll just be honest. I think he would switch the question. I'd say he'd ask another question, he wouldn't answer, or he would just say, "I don't know, I 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 know." but he would tell me he knows. He knows I'm wrong, but he don't know. And so that is frustrating. But the fact that Javier doesn't ban me, he doesn't block me, and he's
You're not
willing
rude.
to
He's the most polite. He's the most polite person on the internet. I'm confused.
because I've been on some other Muslim and atheist chats, and they ban me
Yeah,
and
it's
block me
awful. There, I've
within,
seen the things you've probably seen.
you know me.
It's. I got
So
sick of it. I got sick of all that stuff, bro. That stuff was
so they
like,
ban
it's
me,
an
they sign me
unproductive.
out, they block me, and whatever. And they're like, "Oh, you just call in." I'm like, "I'm not calling you people. Forget you." But Javier, he doesn't mute me. He doesn't block me for my comments. And so even though he totally disagrees and he's frustrating to talk to, and I'm trying to get an answer out of him, that's fine. But
You,
I
you,
feel like a little community here, and and I have the truth,
Yeah.
and I want to share the truth. And if I'm here
you,
sharing the truth, I want to do that.
You know,
That's
Diva,
basically my main
one of
motivation.
the things that caught my attention about you is that you are very convinced and you have your conviction about your belief is so strong that what I find attractive about that is that you know what this guy is so extremely convinced about what he believes. He's talking about his experience with God. His conviction is strong. Man, there's a possibility that I could be wrong, and maybe there's something of value in what he's saying.
That
And
crosses my mind
I
all the
listen,
time.
I
That crosses my
listen,
mind all the time.
yeah, so I listen to what you have to say and try to compare it with what I have because I could be wrong. And then we have this conversation that sometimes we don't agree or I don't to go with you in a certain direction that I want to go because I also don't want to pressure that much, trying to
Right.
make you feel that you're wrong or something like that. No, even sometimes I let you just talk, because I'm like, man, I'm not gonna keep pressuring today, but I think there's
Yeah,
stuff of value that you have to say. And you speak very clearly. You're very respectful. You're smart, man. You're very smart. So is old boy too, man. Both of you.
Ah,
well, like I said, I just don't want you. You guys ain't atheists, so that's good. But you're not theists. You're kind of
I
agnostic,
want you to
right?
get
So
off
you're
the
agnostic.
atheist thing, man. Like
I'm
we
I'm
don't.
not an
I don't think
There
there's
atheist.
is
like a
atheists.
cult of
There is atheists
non-believers or
in the
something.
chat, though. There is atheists in the chat, though. There is.
I think they're
So,
just. I think they're just. I don't
but
know. They're
agnostic.
kids
I
or
would
like
say
I don't think they
agnostic.
know. Like I don't think they
No,
know.
agnostic. I would say that's
You-
agnostic. I
you-
don't know. I don't
Again,
know.
like you have to have a thing. I don't know, bro. I like yeah. I don't try to
you-
put a label on it. It's just
you-
like they're interested. They find this interesting, and they don't have the best way of maybe communicating. But
before we finish the live stream, Diva, if you don't mind me asking, because I think there was a moment that I thought in your silence that you were understanding something that I was trying to communicate to you in the case of the scenario about the kid being outside, the baby, that we're doing the same thing based in the process of getting that out of the situation, feeling something and then taking action. It seems to me that when I ask you if you're gonna feel bad if you sin against God, you said honestly that you're gonna feel bad. And I
You're right.
mentioned to you, then your decision of whatever you're doing at that moment is based on that feeling. You're looking into the future and you're knowing how you're gonna feel in the next minute, and you don't want to go through that. And that
Well,
is the reason why you take your
the
decision.
best
What do you think
the
about that?
best way the best way I can explain it to you, and it's a different level, okay? But with your wife, okay? If your wife, she if you hurt her and you apologize and she forgives you and she loves you, you're going to always want to do the best for your wife. You're always going to want to listen to her. You're always going to want to make her happy, right? You always want to please her. It makes you happy. I'm not it's a smaller level, but with God, it's even massive. It's the God of the universe loves me, showed himself to me, saved me, changed me, forgiven me, gave me eternal life. Here's my prayers and just changed my whole life inside in one day, BC AD. And so how could I not want to live for the one who died and lived and loves me? And it's the same thing with your wife on a smaller level, but and call it feelings, but it's love. And so I love God more than anything because he's everything to me, you
So
know?
you don't. So
And
you
so
don't
that's
wanna.
why,
You don't wanna do
yeah,
anything that is gonna get him
never,
upset or unhappy.
never.
Be,
I want him to love me.
but
He loves me
because,
already, but I want to
but
please him.
yeah,
Yeah.
but because if you do anything that is gonna make him unhappy, how you gonna feel about it?
I'll feel bad, but I'll ask him for forgiveness if I mean it, and I would mean it, and he'll forgive me, and I move on in a
So,
relationship.
so
It's
the
like
I
you hurt
think
your
I
wife.
think I
Hold
think the
on, you
most
hurt your wife.
important I
He
think the most
forgives you, and you
important
move
question
on.
is I think the most
You move on.
important question is whatever you're doing, are you doing it for him or for you?
Everything I do is to live how God would want me to live, to match my will
So you're
with
doing it
His
for
will.
him or you're doing it for you?
My life is, Jesus says, if you save your life, you'll lose it. If you lose your life, you'll save it. So everything, my whole life is to pick up my cross and follow Him, trust in Him. If He says you shouldn't fornicate, I'm not fornicating. If He says you shouldn't get drunk, I'm not getting drunk. If He says do not cuss,
So
I'm
your
not cussing.
so your honest
That's
answer
it.
is that whatever you're doing it for him and not for you.
Well, it benefits me. It benefits me to trust and follow God, who's more wiser than me.
So you're doing it
That
for
only makes
him or for
sense.
you?
I'm first doing it because out of love for Him, and I love Him. Yeah.
So you're doing it for the both of you.
Obviously, I want to have the best life
He's
possible.
thankful for life, and he's confident his life was granted to him by God, and that's
It
enough
was
for him to
changed.
do
Oh my,
anything for that
it
deity.
was changed by God. Yeah. I couldn't do what I did. If I didn't get changed by God, if God didn't supernaturally make me born again, I would have kept on fornicating, cussing, and getting high.
So
I would have went back to it easily.
you're doing it for God and for you.
Of course. Yeah,
How
but
So,
much
mostly
how
God.
what would be
Mostly
wrong
God.
with me? What would be wrong? You said you think like people could have the same life improvement without a God, but at the end of the day, coming to God is the only way for salvation and what all humans truly want in God's created
the,
universe, right?
yeah, I think the
So
problem, Diva, if you don't mind, I think the
no, go ahead.
problem what I think is the problem is that when you have a human being that is not in understanding of his process as a human being and understanding that whatever you do it because of you and your feelings, and you think that you're doing things for something else, like a god, like a woman, like a job or anything, you run the risk of taking actions on someone else's behalf or someone else's direction that is not yours. So someone can come up with a God that is not the God of the Bible, some fake God, okay?
Right.
And someone is
Yeah.
going to believe this story and then going
Yep.
to take action in the direction of this God, even though some other people are telling this person, hey, that's a fake God, man. You're involved in a
Like
scam.
9/11. Yeah, 9/11.
Yeah.
Sure. Of
So
course.
what happens when people think that they're doing something for a God, they get in trouble. The moment someone explain to them, you gotta do things because of how you feel. You gotta understand that it is you that is taking the decisions because of you. You
Even if the
separate
God
from
is real, you're making the decision on how you feel about existing in God's world. And as you say, you have agents in God's world. You have free will,
Let me ask
everything,
but
you
you're
this.
still making a
everything,
decision about like why would
Hold
you
on.
ever
Let
do
me ask you this.
something against God?
Let me ask you that. Let me
everything.
ask you this.
Why would you?
Just to finish that part.
Yeah,
Everything
sorry.
that
I'll
we
let you
do,
let Clearwater finish. I'm sorry.
everything that we're doing it because we're trying to continue to get this energy feel to keep running through our body so we can stay alive.
I
Why would we
disagree
ever
with
do
that.
anything bad?
I
Why would we do
disagree
something that makes
with
us
that.
feel guilty and like we're doing things wrong? Why would we ever
We
do
do,
that?
we do that all the time.
No, I'm saying why? No, but like it always comes back to the feeling of good is what we,
We
Right.
always
even if
And
trying to
so,
move.
God's
and
universe is real,
so,
even if
and
your
so
universe as you're describing is real,
when you follow what
we
God
come to God
wants,
because it's good and it's the right thing to do because that's how God made.
Who is
he made a polarity, as Clearwaters would say, of good and evil, as you call it.
no good exists because God is good by nature. Anything that goes
God
against
created the nature. God created that dichotomy.
Let me
God
answer.
created that polarity.
You want an answer? You got to hear an answer. What am I going to say?
There wasn't an answer. I didn't ask a question.
Yeah, you said
Sorry.
about good, God created good or something like that or whatever. You said something like that. So God is
I was just
eternal.
expounding on the
God
point.
is
But
eternal. God's nature is eternal. So God's nature has always been good eternally. Good doesn't have a beginning time. God's
you're
nature
saying
is
good exists outside of God? God didn't create good and evil?
No, God is eternal. God's nature is good.
God didn't create good and evil, though. The polarity of right and wrong, the polarity of just and unjust.
I'm gonna explain it. You jump at me like 2 seconds.
I'm sorry. I'm abrasive. I'm sorry.
Relax. So God is eternal.
I've accepted this is how I am. I try to be better every day, but
All right,
I'm sorry.
listen. Do you want a really good answer?
Sure. I mean, yeah,
Okay,
I want your honest answer.
Just listen.
I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Well, you're talking. So let me explain. So God is eternal, which means he's always existed. His nature is him. So his nature has always existed. And his nature is good. So there's never a starting point where good exists because it's eternal in God himself. Now, when people go against God's nature, that's evil. And so people have a free will to go against what is good, which is God. So when you break God's law, it is evil because you're going against
I understand.
what is eternally good. So that's why when God says sex outside of marriage is bad, is evil, that's what it is.
I understand. So
okay.
God, so God can't exist without good.
I
God
think
can't exist independent of good.
No.
I think
he
Diva,
doesn't have the power to be. He doesn't have the power to be evil.
No, God. Yeah, let me tell you some things that God can't do.
Interesting.
Okay? God's all powerful. God cannot lie. God cannot commit evil. He can't. It's impossible.
So he's not omnipotent, as the term.
What does omnipotent
is that
mean?
the term? He's not all powerful. He cannot change his nature.
He can't
He
go
can't be
against
evil.
logic. He can't be illogical. He can't make
so logic exists outside of God.
Logic
confines God.
Logic comes from the mind of God. Logic comes from the mind of God.
Guys, allow me to stop you for a moment.
2 + 2 = 5.
Hold
You
on.
get that?
Hold on. I think we're going somewhere else, guys. Diva.
I know. I know we don't have time either. Yeah.
Going back to the feeling thing that I was explaining to you, the best way,
we talked about it.
The feeling thing is the whole channel, though, and I know Clearwater wants to wrap his thing up with his point.
The best way that I can explain what I'm trying to explain to you, have ChatGPT talk about his God. You're doing the exact same thing that he's doing. Not even 0.1% different.
That's why it's entertaining.
If you ask him why does he do or why does he believe in Allah, he's gonna tell you because Allah is good.
Sure.
That's why I found that whole before Chat GPT joined, like Diva was going in, but it was like things I could imagine people saying to Diva. So I'm like,
I think
I like that you allow.
I think
clearer and clearer the more people I feel like.
I think ChatGPT is doing the same thing I'm doing. It's doing the same thing that you're doing, Diva, with a different God.
Any human.
I'm making a truth claim. Javier, you're making a truth claim. Oh, ChatGPT is making a truth claim. Everyone's making truth claims.
Yes, because we're moving away from pain and moving towards pleasure.
Truth exists regardless of if I believe it or not. I
Which
don't
truth?
create truth just by believing it. Truth
And
exists.
what is the truth?
I want to stay away from like the ontological, like that's a big thing that I can't really wrap.
Listen,
personally.
I'm gonna tell you this. We all have faith in something. Jew, Muslim, Hindu, atheist, agnostic,
Or we don't.
hedonist. We all
Or we
have faith
don't.
in something. No, we all have
No,
faith
we
in.
don't. I
Yeah, we
don't. I
do.
don't claim to have faith in something.
What's
I mean,
what
maybe I put my trust in things, but I don't. Faith is a loaded these days. You know, I don't
your
really. I
faith
don't
is
know
in
that
the
I
search.
have.
Your faith is in the search. You're searching. That's your faith. You
Sure,
want to
that's
search. You wanna
your
search.
opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is we all have faith in something. Okay. Okay. None of us can physically prove, as far as like scientifically prove that we're right, but all of us have faith, and so we're all going to find out whose faith is correct. None of us can
I
prove
don't.
it. We're all going to
But
find
again,
out.
I'm not claiming any sort of solid truth about anything. I'm
Okay,
trying to
see,
find out.
I am.
It's not like my thing against your thing here.
see.
I'm just seeing what Clearwaters is saying, the very basic truth, if you want to use capital T
But the thing,
truth like you want to do. I feel
problem
like the
is,
truth that Clearwaters is
is
pointing out is a very simple one about how humans, you know, it's
the problem
very,
is
it's nothing crazy.
you're like a mini Javier. You both telling me I don't have the truth when you really don't know anything
I'm
about what you
saying,
believe.
again, Javier doesn't know. I think, and I don't know. Like, that's
But
why
you can tell me I don't know, though. See, that's what I'm saying.
I,
You can't tell me I
I'm
don't know.
just, I think it'd be interesting to get people who think they know, and rack their brain with what
And
I rack my brain with to see what if they come to the same conclusions or answers they have,
have I answered every question you
or the
asked me?
same answers on certain.
Have I
Yeah, no,
hid
you're
any question?
no.
Did my
This.
answers
I
make
feel like
sense?
this particular stream is the definition of the stream's name. It's been clear waters in this stream
Yo, I just want
today.
Javier. I just want Javier when if I want Javier to live until he's 100 years old. But when Javier goes, I just want on his tombstone, it felt good. It
Yeah,
feels
that's what I'm
good.
gonna have.
That's what I
I
want
hope
on
it
his
felt good.
tombstone. It feels good. He's in the ground. It feels good.
Well, you won't be feeling anything probably, but
Oh, I'm gonna
you'll
get a
feel
new
plenty of
body.
things before that.
See a new body on a new earth.
Uh,
I'm not gonna be a floating spirit.
I'm gonna feel
I'm not
good
gonna be a
after
That'd be
floating
death.
dope.
spirit on the cloud. I'm gonna have a new body. Yeah, a new body.
Hey guys,
Imagine
let's
that,
shut
huh?
this down.
A new body.
It's
All right.
already
Lucky you,
gonna be
Diva.
1 o'clock in the
Darn.
You can
morning.
have it too. You can have it too. Let's
Uh,
talk. Let's
so
talk.
says you. So says you.
Hey
Let's talk
guys,
about it
we
more. Me
gotta
and you.
we gotta talk about this thing
I know
about
we gotta end it. I'm just being.
on another live stream. We gotta talk about truth because it seems that Diva's truth is
Truth
not the
is.
same as
Mm,
ChatGPT's truth.
That's right.
mm.
That's
And
right. Either
also,
we're
and
both wrong
also,
or
and
one of us is
also,
right.
and also,
Huh?
we gotta talk about this thing about God not being able to do things. That sounds very contradictory.
God cannot
That
go
was
against
interesting
God.
to me.
Right.
Diva's
God cannot
perspective
go
That's
against
on
God.
that's for another
God's
live stream.
power.
I can make that
Yeah,
happen
sorry,
next
sorry.
week, okay, Diva?
Listen,
But
I hope I'm able to make it. I hope I'm able.
as long as old boy promised to show up and you show up and we can all show up.
Never.
Okay.
With this, I'll be honest with you all. With this, no promises. I'm here when I'm here.
yeah,
All right.
same thing,
Well,
My
man.
have a
life
good
Same
is
thing.
weekend.
chaos.
Listen, have a good, safe weekend. Okay.
You too,
You
guys.
too, man.
Have a good one.
Okay.
That was awesome. Thank
All right.
you, guys.
Nice talking with you.
All right.
Yes.
You
Bye
too.
bye.
Whoa. All right. It's going to be almost 1 o'clock in the morning. What am I doing? But that was really interesting. Thank you, Diva, and thank you, Old Boy. Thank you also, Redeem, and thank you also, ChatGPT, for participating in that call. It was extremely interesting to me. Diva, thank you very much, and also, Old Boy. Oh, Jose Moreno, man, you're here at this time. What time are you going to bed, man? Feeling water, man. Thank you for the suggestion, Jose Moreno. I'm gonna call the the channel the feeling waters or something like that. Oh man, Amos one, you still here, man? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Guys, I'm out of here, man. I'm a little bit tired, but that was worth it. That was worth it. So we'll be back on Monday with another interesting topic about life, humanity, God, belief, government, anything that is of interest of for us human beings. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night and an awesome weekend.